Hello? Hello, everybody? Can everybody hear me? Hi, if you could please take your seats. Thank you very much. We are going to be starting soon. All right, so hello, good morning or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Hello from Geneva. To everyone present here today, as well as those of you that are joining us online. I hope that today finds you well, and welcome to the 2021 edition of the Outer Space Security Conference. I'm Almudena Azcarate Ortega. I'm a space researcher as part of the WMD program at UNIDIR, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for this OS21. I'm delighted to be welcoming all of you here today. This two-day flagship event provides a unique forum for Geneva-based diplomats, as well as experts from military, industry, and academic backgrounds to jointly consider challenges related to security in outer space and to exchange ideas regarding possible solutions. For the first time, we're doing this event both in person and virtually, so we are very excited to be welcoming more participants than ever before. For those of you attending in person due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have a few guidelines to give you, which we will be repeating throughout the whole conference. These are the following. Please keep your face masks on throughout the whole conference. Please keep them over your nose and mouth, except for the people that will be in the day speaking. You can remove them when you are speaking. Strict adherence to physical distancing must be maintained, and you must keep a 1.5 meters between each of you when you are sitting. We've distributed the programs so that you will be respecting this distance. If you develop any cold or flu-like symptoms, please let us know. Request assistance from any of the organizers. We will do all that's in our hands to help you. Also, please maintain hygiene measures. We have hand sanitizer on site outside of the room. Please do not hesitate to use that. Also, food and drink, except for water, is forbidden in the room. Also, announcements regarding the Q&A. Towards the end of each panel, the audience will have the chance to ask questions of panelists, both here and both of you are here, and if you are attending virtually. Those that are present here and wish to ask a question, you should raise the hand or your placard with your name on it that we provided you when you entered. The moderator will give you the floor to a person, and a designated person will indicate their name, ask the question, and specify whether that question is to be directed at a specific panelist or to the panel as a whole. Please do not forget to switch off your microphone once you are done. Those joining us virtually, when you want to ask a question, please use the raise hand function on WebEx, or you can also type your question in the Q&A function that's on WebEx. The moderator will give you the floor if you want to ask orally, and you will have the chance to ask your question. Also, please bear in mind that everyone speaking on WebEx, if you want to hear the people that are speaking on WebEx, for those of you that are in the room, you should use these headphone thingies that we have all around the room. Otherwise, you will not be able to hear them. And finally, I would like to point out that we will take as many questions as we can, but we might not have time to answer all of you. But you should know that we are recording every session, so if you miss anything, you can watch it later once we publish it on our website. And if you have questions, of course, and you don't have the chance to ask them here, you can, of course, send us an email, and we will do the best that we can to answer after the panel or after the conference. So without further ado, I would like to introduce UNIDIR's director, Robin Guys, who is sitting right here beside me, who will in turn be introducing our keynote speakers for the conference. Please, Robin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Almudena. Good morning, especially to those who are joining us in the room. Good afternoon, good evening to those who are joining us from further afar. UNIDIR is truly delighted to be hosting the 2021 edition of the Outer Space Security Conference. And during these 2 days, we hope that this conference will serve as a forum to bring together the diplomatic community, as well as experts from military, industry, and academic backgrounds, to jointly consider the challenges related to security in outer space and to exchange ideas regarding solutions. First of all, I would like to thank our funders. This event is possible because of the financial support from the governments of the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, and the French Republic, as well as the Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique, with financial support from the European Union, and the Secure World Foundation. This year, for the first time ever, we have attendees joining us, not just in person here in the room in Geneva, but also virtually from all over the world. And let me say on behalf of UNIDIR, we're extremely delighted that the Outer Space Security Conference is having such a global outreach. To open our discussion this morning, we're delighted to be joined by Izumi Nakamitsu as our first keynote speaker for this conference. She is the Undersecretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, a position that she has held since 2017. Ms. Nakamitsu has had a long and successful career in the United Nations and has held many important roles therein. Unfortunately, with the General Assembly in full swing in New York, Ms. Nakamitsu could not be with us here in person today, but she kindly recorded a video highlighting why the international community needs to build a sustainable space security architecture. Now, over to the High Representative, and we will hear her recorded speech.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address the UNIDIR Outer Space Security Conference. For many years, this conference has served as a central platform for facilitating dialogue amongst member states and other stakeholders. The need to preserve outer space as a peaceful, safe, dependent on outer space at all levels of activity and daily life. Outer space systems are vital for solving global problems. More than 40% of the targets under the Sustainable Development Goals benefit from space-based data and infrastructure. Earth observation satellites collect data that drive global models to inform climate action.
Thanks, I do. 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 And for our second speaker, who will be joining us virtually, and who got up very early in the middle of the night, we are very honored to welcome Sirisha Bandla, Vice President of Government Affairs at Virgin Galactic. Ms. Bandla has worked for Virgin Group for several years, having served as Director for Washington Operations at Virgin Orbit, as well as Business Development and Government Affairs Manager for Virgin Galactic. Prior to her time at Virgin, she was an Associate Director at the Commercial Spaceflight Federation in Washington, D.C. Ms. Bandla is able to provide a perspective on space that few people on Earth can, having been part of Virgin Galactic's Unity 22 mission earlier this year, which took her and 5 other persons on the first ever suborbital spaceflight by a commercial space company. Now, as someone who has dedicated her career to space policy and who has now also experienced firsthand what being in space is like, Ms. Bandla is ideally suited to talk about the importance of keeping outer space a peaceful domain. Over to you, Sirisha.
Thank you. I just want to check that everyone can hear me. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Geis, and thank you to the UN Institute for Disarmament Research for holding this vitally important conference on our outer space security. I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak with you all about the role of commercial human spaceflight and the importance of continued peaceful space domain. Spaceflight is not just a trip to space. It's an experience and a journey that starts well before the rocket lights. It's an experience that changes your perception and your view with respect to life on Earth and what our potential can be among the stars. I was lucky enough to embark on that experience this year aboard Virgin Galactic Spaceship 2 spacecraft, along with 3 of my crew members. Unity 22 was a 22nd test flight of Virgin Spaceship Unity, and the first test flight with the full crew in the cabin, including the company's founder, Sir Richard Branson. The crew fulfilled a number of test objectives, including evaluating the training program, the commercial customer cabin, the views of Earth, of course, and the experience for all of our future astronauts. My role in the flight was to test the conditions for conducting research, specifically human-tended research on our suborbital platform. So before I talk a little bit more about Unity 22, let me just briefly start with my journey, which again started well before the rocket motor fired and actually well before I was selected for the flight. I dreamed of going to space since I was young. I watched a lot of Star Trek back then. Well, actually, I still watch a lot of Star Trek, so maybe that point is slightly moot. Anywho, I have looked up to space heroes that I knew of, the Starship captains, the Apollo era astronauts, trying to devise my path to space similar to theirs, though struggling to find where I fit in. And then I discovered Dr. Kalpana Chawla, the first woman of Indian descent in space. Seeing someone who looked like me doing what I wanted to do made space feel closer than ever. And for the first time, it felt like I could take a dream and turn it into a reality. Around high school, after I decided to become an engineer like Dr. Chawla, and after I basically had started filling out my NASA application, my eyesight went from bad to worse. So much so that I didn't meet the requirements to become a NASA astronaut anymore. It was around then, when I had just started moping and trying to reevaluate my life, that I saw the Anusari X Prize on TV. The Anusari X Prize was a prize given to the first private spacecraft that went to space twice, demonstrating both commercial viability and reusability. The spacecraft called Spaceship 1 won that prize, and after it won, Virgin Galactic was created to mature and bring that design to market, with the mission of making space accessible for all. And at 16 years old, I decided that was how I was going to go to space. Flash forward July 11 of this year, when I did indeed launch to space aboard Virgin Galactic spaceship. Virgin Galactic operates a hybrid spaceflight system made up of an airplane and a spacecraft. So you take off from a runway like an airplane and fly up to about 13,000 meters. At that altitude, once all the final safety checks have been done, the spacecraft is released from this aircraft. And a few seconds after release, the rocket motor kicks on, you're pushed into your seat, and you feel the roar and the power of the motor behind you. The ride was incredible. The rocket motor boost was one of my favorite parts. The sky transitions from a blue to a purple before going black. And I knew I was on my way to the stars. After the rocket motor cut off, we all began our tasks, and it wasn't until a little later in the microgravity period that I really took a moment to look outside. And the view was breathtaking. Our world and everyone and everything I've ever known looked so brilliant amongst the vast emptiness that surrounded it. And I can't wait to share that view with many, many more people. I don't want to dance around the elephant in the room that space is being seen as a billionaire's playground. However, the investment of the commercial space industry, in addition to the programs at national space agencies, are continuing humanity's technological and societal progress. With the absence of exploration and the pursuit of innovation, that progress halts. The pursuit of space technology has given us GPS, weather forecasts, and worldwide communications. These assets are critical in studying what's out there in the universe, as well as what is happening on our very own planet. They are also monitoring and collecting critical data on climate change, as well as predicting and aiding response for increased natural disasters as a result. Space-based research is contributing to our knowledge database on processes and life on Earth, and the ultimate hope of building a better life for those on our planet. Commercial spaceflight companies are providing opportunity for those kinds of research and technology development to occur, with higher cadence of flights and significantly lower cost. In addition, I'd like to point out that this year, through these flights, I became the second Indian-born woman and the fourth Indian person to go to space. Wally Funk became the oldest person to go to space. Oliver Damon became the youngest person to go to space. Haley Arsenault was the youngest American woman to ever orbit the Earth and the first person with a prosthetic to go to space. And Dr. C.N. Proctor became the first African-American woman to pilot a spacecraft. All these through commercial flights this year and within a few months. Commercial space companies are increasing access to space and increasing the diversity of those who get to experience spaceflight. The more people who are able to view the Earth from space in all its brilliance and all its vulnerability, the more perspectives, stories, motivation we will see for those to protect the planet we have and the people that inhabit it. Countries who do not have a national space program will have astronauts, and the communities of future generations will not only have more envoys of humankind, but envoys of hope and curiosity. However, for this version of the future to occur, space must remain peaceful, secure, and sustainable. The disarmament community, academia, and the commercial space industry must continue to work together to develop the policies that will ensure a safe space for the continued and sustained progress of humanity in space. The UN peace and security pillar should remain extended beyond our atmosphere to ensure that a peaceful space domain remains and is one that is the most beneficial to us all. Thank you so much for having me speak today.
Thank you so much, Sirisha, for that wonderful speech, and thank you for being with us so early for what it is to you a very, very early morning. We really appreciate it. So after these wonderful keynote speeches, we are going to start with our first panel, and to kickstart the conversation about all of these issues, we are going to begin with the topic of from the enactment of the Outer Space Treaty to now, how has the space domain changed? We are very privileged to have today an excellent panel who are going to join us online. First of all is Aaron Bateman. He is a technical intelligence specialist at Johns Hopkins University. We also have Cassandra Steer. She is a senior lecturer at the Australian National University College of Law and mission specialist at ANU Institute of Space. We also have Guoyu Wang. He is an associate professor and dean of the Academy of Air Space Policy and Law at the Beijing Institute of Technology. To moderate this panel, we have with us here Ruth Hill. She is a counsellor at the Permanent Mission of Australia to the United Nations in Geneva, working on issues in disarmament. Please, Ruth, go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed, Almudena, and good morning to everyone. It is great to be holding in-person meetings here again in Geneva, so a big welcome to everyone who's been able to join us in the room, and fantastic also to be joined by so many participants online. So wherever you are dialing in from, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you too. Can I begin by thanking Robin and the whole space team at UNIDIR for bringing us together for this conference. The program does indeed look fantastic, and we have a great lineup of speakers. I'd also just like to briefly add my note of thanks to the two keynote speakers from this morning, to High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, for outlining in such a clear and compelling way why building a sustainable space security architecture is so important. And also to Ms. Shirisha Bandla for her very inspiring and indeed tangible reminder of the importance of a peaceful space domain and the very great potential that it holds for all of us. I'm delighted to be kicking off the first panel today, which will be looking at how the space domain has changed from the time of the enactment of the Outer Space Treaty to now. And I think that Shirisha's address is a fantastic prelude to this conversation and a very clear demonstration of just how much it has changed. So, going back to the time of the Outer Space Treaty, which of course entered into force in around 1967 during the Cold War, a time of great political tensions, and it was hoped by the drafters of the treaty that it would assist in preventing those tensions from reaching the space domain. But that is a feat that the treaty has failed to fully achieve. We have then seen the emergence of the Prevention of an Arms Race in Outer Space agenda, or PAROS, as it's known, and I think it's also fair to say that progress on that front and in achieving the objectives of PAROS has been slow. So in this panel, we're going to dive into more detail on the ways in which the space domain has changed, particularly with the emergence of new actors, whether that is new spacefaring nations, or whether it is the exponential growth of commercial sector interests in space, and also noting that this is happening in a context where we are all becoming increasingly dependent on space domain for our prosperity and security. And then we're going to look at how all of that has impacted arms control and disarmament efforts in space. So at this point, I would like to introduce our three excellent panellists who will be assisting with this discussion, all of whom are joining us online today. Firstly, we have Aaron Bateman. Aaron is a PhD candidate in the history of science and technology at Johns Hopkins University. His research explores the impact of US anti-satellite weapons and missile defence development on arms control and transatlantic security during the Cold War and after. Prior to graduate school, Aaron served as a US Air Force intelligence officer with assignments at the National Security Agency and the Pentagon. He has lectured on contemporary space security issues to academic and government audiences in the United States, Europe and Asia, and his work has appeared in a range of journals. So welcome to you, Aaron. Next, we have Cassandra Steer, and I should say a fellow Australian. Cassandra is Senior Lecturer and Mission Specialist with the ANU Institute of Space at the Australian National University College of Law. She has published widely on space law and space security, including the application of the law of armed conflict in outer space. She has been a consultant to the Australian Department of Defence, the Canadian Judge Advocate General's Office and the US Department of Defence on these issues. She has also provided space law expertise to my department, the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Following 8 years as a lecturer at the University of Amsterdam, Cassandra held positions as Executive Director of Women in International Security, Canada, Executive Director at the McGill Centre for Research in Air and Space Law, and Interim Executive Director of the University of Pennsylvania's Centre for Ethics and Rule of Law. She's also a member of the Australian Space Agency's Technical Advisory Group for Space Situational Awareness, an associate expert on the Woomera Manual on International Law of Military Space Operations, and a member of the International Institute of Space Law. So welcome to you, Cassandra. Finally, we have Guoyu Wang. Guoyu is the Associate Professor and Dean of the Academy of Airspace Policy and Law at the Beijing Institute of Technology. He's also Deputy Director of the China National Space Administration Space Law Centre, a legal counsellor in space law at the CNSA Lunar Exploration and Space Project Centre, and a board member of the Advisory Committee of the Secure World Foundation. He's also been a space security consultant at UNIDIR, an Academy Senior Fellow of Chatham House, and a visiting scholar at the National Centre for Remote Sensing, Air and Space Law at Mississippi University. Guoyu has served as a Chinese delegate to COPUOS and the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, as well as a Chinese expert in the Long-Term Sustainability for Outer Space Activities Working Group. He's an editorial member and expert of the McGill Manual for International Law Applicable for Military Uses of Outer Space, known as MILIMOS, an expert of the Hague International Working Group on Space Resource Governance, and a member of the Global Experts Group for Sustainable Lunar Activities. So welcome, Guoyu, to you as well. Fantastic to be joined by three experts in the field. Now, in terms of the structure for the panel this morning, I'm going to ask each of our panellists in turn to give a few remarks on the general topic of the panel. We will then have a discussion around some questions that I will address to the panel, and after that I will open up the floor to questions from the audience. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to the first of the panellists, Aaron, to say a few general words about the topic of the panel. Aaron, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to say up front, just provide a disclaimer that my views today are mine alone and don't represent the official policy or position of the institutions with which I'm affiliated. So in many ways, we are experiencing a sense of deja vu in the space security community. A lot of the questions we are facing are not new. These are questions that have been faced before during the Cold War. Today, the only, I would say, key difference is that they're being faced by both state and non-state actors. These questions include how our emerging space technology is going to affect strategic stability. What will be the impact of a growing commercial space market on space security? Can certain kinds of counter-space weapons and/or behaviors in space be restrained through arms control? Will security primarily be decided on a bilateral basis or in a multilateral forum? How can we establish norms of behavior that promote the responsible uses of space? So it's important to recognize that these fundamental issues are not new, and we need to use the lessons of the Cold War in particular to inform how we answer these decisions. In the final years of the Cold War, the superpowers were able to agree to new arms treaties that reduce their stockpiles of nuclear weapons, but they did not make significant progress in establishing, in the words of some officials at the time, rules of the road for space. So we emerged from the Cold War with progress on nuclear disarmament, but little formal improvement in space governance. At best, there were tacit norms, but in the 21st century, we have witnessed the erosion of these tacit norms and behaviors. So what are some of the key developments since the end of the Cold War that have implications for arms control and disarmament? The deeper integration of space capabilities into combat forces around the world, the proliferation of missile defense systems that also have anti-satellite weapons applications, easier access to space, which has resulted in significantly more space actors, both state and non-state, a closer integration of commercial and government space organizations, a proliferation of non-kinetic counter-space weapons in the form of cyber tools and electronic warfare systems, more non-governmental space surveillance capabilities that have challenged traditional notions of secrecy in the space domain. A final point in my introductory remarks is that we need to separate rhetoric from reality with regard to the present space security situation. A significant parallel between the present time and the 1980s in particular is there is much hyperbole about space races and space as a potential battlefield. Since the first artificial satellite was launched over 60 years ago, combat has neither originated in nor extended into outer space. Consequently, it's essential that we not see conflict in space as inevitable. It is necessary that we accurately identify the present challenges, responsibly use lessons from the Cold War to inform our decisions, and work towards realistic and meaningful arms control goals that will better promote space sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Aaron. I'm going to pass now to Cassandra for some introductory remarks. Cassandra, the floor is yours.
Hey, Ruth, and I really would like to thank all the organisers of the conference for making it possible to join remotely. When I look at the list of speakers for the following panels, and even my fellow panelists today, I really wish that I could be there in person with friends and colleagues, but I'm grateful to be able to join you remotely. And in fact, my comments echo very much what Aaron just said about we're in a bit of a deja vu. In some ways, things have changed drastically, and in some ways, things really are very much the same as they were when the Outer Space Treaty was negotiated and signed in 1967. So technology obviously has advanced remarkably, and that has brought with it some new kinds of challenges, but really in some ways we've come a full circle. Geopolitics have changed dramatically. We find ourselves today in 2021 in a multipolar reality, and yet at the same time, the fact that space politics really are geopolitics expressed in another domain is exactly the same as it was during the Cold War. So the impetus for the Outer Space Treaty, as Aaron mentioned, was to ensure that the tensions of the Cold War wouldn't extend into space, or at least that they could be contained. And I think that remains very much the same in our multipolar world, with although the tensions and the actors have changed slightly, the very impetus for having that framework treaty for keeping space stable and secure and peaceful remains exactly the same. And of course, the actors, both the number of actors in space and the type of actors, as has been mentioned a few times already, has changed. We have a great many more actors in space. We have an enormous amount of congestion in space. There is more political competition and therefore more strategic tension in space. But that is just a matter of degree rather than an actual change of factors. And really, the Outer Space Treaty, as I said, has to be seen as a framework treaty. I would actually disagree with one of the key assertions that was set up for this panel and that Ruth mentioned in the introduction, that the Outer Space Treaty has failed. It was set up primarily to deal with a very basic but important form of arms control in space, to ensure that no single state could become the dominant state in space by having the non-appropriation principle. The peaceful purposes principle, of course, and although we have very many military activities, and although space is a strategic domain unto itself, not only because it supports terrestrial warfare operations and supports militaries, but because of those space-based capabilities becoming a strategic target in many ways. At the same time, the peaceful purposes principle was put in place to contain exactly that. And of course, the notion of state responsibility for commercial actors as well as for state actors. And in that sense, again, I would say not only has not much changed, but the Outer Space Treaty has been very successful in containing what could have become very rapidly a domain of conflict. I would also say that I would want to qualify a little bit the Cold War narrative. Aaron's comments were extremely important, but what I would add to that is we often forget that the Cold War period was not just about the relationship between the Soviets and the US. Why did so many smaller nations, middle powers and many smaller nations, sign the Outer Space Treaty? Why were they involved in the negotiations, and why did they support it from the get-go? That's because their interests are also protected by the Outer Space Treaty, and that was very clear to those smaller nations already in 1967. And that's very much important today. Many, many more countries have access to space, are active in space, and can influence the politics of space because we're in a multipolar period as of the 2020s. And so we want to think about those smaller players as being incredibly important and influential. So I've written a couple of articles that point to not only the role that these smaller nations and multitude of actors play in 21st century space governance, but also questioning who really has the power when it comes to determining space governance and who has access to space. And I don't mean by that only launch, although I really did appreciate also the comments by Sarisha about the diversity that inspired her own trajectory into space. But space, one of my pieces is called The Province of All Humankind, which critiques the fact that space, in fact, has always been dominated by an elite, whether that's a small elite of nations or, in fact, also a wealthy elite, a white and gendered elite. And again, I'd like to highlight what Sarisha pointed to in terms of that is starting to change. Those who are starting to have access quite literally to being able to travel in space. But really the space sector is still very much dominated by elite countries and an elite group of individuals. I was quite moved by Antonio Guterres's comments about the malady of trust that we see in 2021. And he pointed to the concerns about billionaires' joyrides in space while people on Earth go hungry or while we face the pandemic. And in another deja vu, it reminds me a bit of Gil Scott-Heron's quite famous poem in the 1960s, Whitey's on the Moon, which was critiquing the fact that a white elite was spending millions on getting to the moon when many others were suffering. It points again to the geopolitics and the fact that what's going on in space reflects what's going on Earth. That is not to critique the space sector, but just some of the activities and some of the way the money's being spent. Is that getting better? Well, in 2021, the World Space Week coming up in October is, the theme is all about women in space. And diversity matters a great deal. We also have, of course, the Space for Women program that comes out of UNISA. We have the wonderful Simonetta De Pipo, who's the director of UNISA. Perhaps things are getting a little better in terms of diversity, gender diversity, and access to space, but we need to keep all of those aspects in mind if we're talking about security, stability, and sustainability of the outer space domain.
Thank you indeed, Cassandra, very much. And now we'll move to our final panelist, Guo Yu. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth, for the floor and very kind introduction. Good morning, evening, good afternoon to all. It is indeed my great pleasure and honor as well, to join this panel together with our, distinguished colleagues. So I just faced some technical problem at my home, so I have to come to the office of my colleagues. So I hope it will not bring any confusion. It will not affect, today still, I would like to speak at my own capacity. So talking about the changes in space domain, the new era, both Aaron and Cassandra just mentioned several aspects. I would like to address the challenges to the applicability of lex lata in particularly space security issues. So I would like to introduce briefly the significance to seek for common recognition of lex lata in this case, and the challenges to it, and a way forward, briefly, of course. So if you look at, the around 40 standing points papers, submitted to the office, most of them just highlight the significance to comply with international law, to reaffirm the significance of compliance with international law. However, very few of them, I think, just touch upon the challenges to such kind of application or applicability. So first, to comply with international law, of course, is the paramount precondition, the guarantee, to prevent conflicts in space. And then common understanding of lex lata is the key element to enhance the consistency of predictability of all states regarding the legality of space behavior. Subsequently, it will definitely facilitate an effective settlement to space disputes once such kind of prevention fails. So talking about the challenges, during the discussions, in the past years, no matter in the LTS working group or Melamos project, I found the so many, disagrees or uncertainties, agrees, of course, about the applicability of lex lata to national security space activities, always say military space activities. And personally, I think it could be deemed as we just trapped in the gray area. It means that some period or area between, we say, the purely peacetime and wartime. It's talking about a military contest or even confrontation in such area. First, we have different views about the scope of the applicability of international law, whether all the principles set up in the Outer Space Treaty would apply in such kind of gray area, or whether general international law, for instance, like the law of state's responsibility, customary international law, or the law of use of force, or HL, all of them would just apply in this case without any particular concerns or conditions. I think it's still open question. And I would like to just give a very brief case, specific case to show such kind of uncertainties. It's about the legality of laser dazzling espionage satellite. So during those discussions, we have many questions to be solved, like whether the obligation of prior consultation applies in this case, whether the dazzling state is supposed to come to the dazzled state, to ask for consultation just before to take such kind of action, and whether and how the obligation of, we say, due regard applies in this case, and whether even laser dazzling for the purpose of counter-espionage should be deemed as exploration and use out of space. If not, it means space law, does not apply in this case. So as the way forward, so I think to do systematic researches on and common recognition of the applicability of lex lata to specific military space activities one by one should be served as a priority and even a starting point in respect of the development, or we say evolution of the process of Paris, just like what is undertaken by Milamos project. So it is a matter of informal or formal interpretation of treaties from a legal perspective, and a difficult but invaluable endeavor to pursue consensus and compromise among different political wills. And the last point, talking about certain philosophy or rationale should be considered and subject to in the process of the above mentioned common recognition of lex lata. Three principles. The first one is principle of self-refrain. It is that the behavior is always supposed to be limited or restrained in the appropriate way to honor the true spirit of the freedom in space. The second is the principle of equilibrium, means that the due balance has to be pursued when examining the legal boundary between contradictory space behaviors or any other military space activities. And last one is the principle of common interests. So it's not only about to preserve a stable, sustainable space environment, but also a strategic stability and equilibrium in space. Thank you. I just stop here.
Great, thank you very much indeed, Guo Yu. And I think some interesting themes coming out from the presentations just there. What struck me was a sense of some things have changed, but then some things indeed have not changed that much, a sense of deja vu. Obviously the technology has evolved, but geopolitical tensions play out and play a significant role. And we're seeing questions around the applicability and of the law as it stands, as you were talking about, Guo Yu, and questions about how that applies in certain contexts, and those discussions are ongoing. So an interesting context set there for us, I think. I'm going to move now to some specific questions that I'm going to address to the panellists. And I'm going to start with a question going back to the Outer Space Treaty. And I should say, Cassandra, you're absolutely right. We should not be unkind to the Outer Space Treaty. It has indeed, in many respects, stood the test of time very well, I think. And I think it's just interesting to sort of look at the thoughts the drafters had at the time, what has changed, and where that leaves us now in terms of where we should be going with the regulation of outer space activities. So my first question sort of follows from that, and it is, the Outer Space Treaty is a treaty of principles that allows for significant freedom of action. And I'm going to ask the panellists, what do you think are the pros and cons of this characteristic, both at the time it was enacted and now? So I might mix up the order of speakers a little bit here, and I'm going to go first to you, Cassandra, followed by Guoyu, then Aaron. So Cassandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruth. And I guess at the other end of the spectrum is we shouldn't be too optimistic about what is the Outer Space Treaty can do and has done. So certainly it's challenged in the sense, and you know, just a few years ago in 2017, we were celebrating the 50th anniversary, and you know, every radio interview I heard or took part in, every webinar, every conference, the question was asked: is the Outer Space Treaty still fit for purpose? Can it still serve the purpose of space governance in the 21st century? Don't we need to update it? Should we perhaps reopen it for renegotiation? My answer remains consistent, which is that it is a framework treaty, and we want to see it the way we look at national constitutions, which is it's there to set down principles and values and a guiding star, you could say, as to what are the most important values determining what is or is not possible in space, to limit and contain the potentials. And you know, and you're quite right, Ruth, in saying it's there to limit the potential for geopolitical tensions to reach space. Well, geopolitical tensions are playing out in space, but it has been successful in preventing a conflict in space to date. So it's a constitutional framework document. It's not there to regulate specific activities or specific actors. And what we need as technology changes and as we have, you know, the commercialization of space, of the space sector, more than half of all satellites are owned by commercial operators. The new race to the moon, and I'm very cautious of the use of the word race, but I do think there's a bit of a race on to get to the moon. That is going to be dominated, the technologies and the supply of that is going to be dominated by commercial players as well. But we should not be looking to open up or redraft or debunk the constitutional framework document. What we need is more specific regulations, and that's how most national legal systems work as well. Your constitution is a core document that is deliberately broad and deliberately difficult to change, and then you have lower level regulation that is faster to draft, easier to change and update if necessary, and that's the kind of thing we need to be putting in place. So the pros are, it remains a timeless principled document, and that's the way we need to see it, and I do have faith in its ability to keep serving that purpose. But its limitations are its limitations, and we need to have in place different kinds of regulations, different kinds of space governance, multiple ways of governing the new kinds of activities. And we're seeing that particularly around space arms control and the PAROS initiatives, and in particular, the UN General Assembly Resolution 7536 adopted last year in October, which opens the door for many different kinds of initiatives and which has prompted states to put on record with the UN what their perspectives are about what are responsible behaviors in space. So multiple layers of governance is what we need moving forward.
Thank you indeed, Cassandra. Guoyu, I'll pass to you now.
Thank you, Ruth, for the floor again. And indeed, of course, I mean, all the space treaty just grants amount of freedom. But there's no freedom without limitations. The Outer Space Treaty also sets up series of we say obligations or principles to achieve the balance there, to try to clarify the boundary in certain space activities. For instance, like I just mentioned, the prior consultation obligation, due regard, non-contamination, and you know, on the equal basis or without discrimination, and even just compliance with international law. So I think that it just reflects. First, I would like to concur the views from Cassandra. I see many views talking about the Outer Space Treaty is too old, but actually for me, the Outer Space Treaty reflects the balance, you know, between the different concerns. And it just reflects the rationale of equilibrium at that stage. Both our two speakers mentioned the Cold War area. So it actually, at that time, misuse of the freedom means human beings might suffer a nuclear attack from outer space. So then we have Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty, a so-called peaceful use principle. Just ban the placement of nuclear weapons and any other the WMD in space to eliminate the fear of nuclear attack from outer space, to seek for and maintain a strategic balance there. But there's a continuing debates about what is peaceful purpose. It should be interpreted as non-military, non-weaponization, non-aggressive. So nowadays, personally, I don't see any practice to show, a military space application is contravening peaceful purpose. However, it is still controversial about the legality of certain military space behaviors or the legal boundary of such kind of freedom. For instance, like electronic or cyber attack or interference, laser dazzling, approaching and accompanying flight, asset tests, placement of conventional weapons in space, etc. So again, just it shows the uncertainties of the applicability of the existing legal system in such kind of scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Guoyu. And now to you, Aaron. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of the remarks of my colleagues, but I think, like Cassandra said, to a large degree, it is timeless. It does still apply, I think, to the present situation. There certainly are shortcomings, but I think one of the important things to remember about the Outer Space Treaty is it does, to a large degree, create an ideal. The aspirational language provides a framework for potential future agreements. It highlights certain values that I think are timeless from the period in which it was formed to the present time. Given the challenges that we have, I think it still applies. But there are significant limitations. And talking about interference, I'll also build on that and just highlight that this is something that was a significant issue after the Outer Space Treaty. It's a significant issue today, even defining interference, what constitutes physical, non-physical interference. And so even though the Outer Space Treaty set certain fundamental principles, to a degree, outside of weapons of mass destruction, it's largely tech agnostic. And so it does provide a significant degree of interpretive flexibility as to what constitutes peaceful activities. And that is both good, but it also does create significant challenges because states can pursue their interests and decide what they think constitutes peaceful activity. And so just as during the Cold War, when peaceful activity at times was considered to be synonymous, or at least could be married together with national security and military activity, we see similar challenges today in trying to disentangle the complexities of those two issues, national security and peaceful activities. And I think that bringing in commercial space actors creates both opportunities and challenges to that framework, especially as commercial space actors in some cases are becoming further integrated into governmental space activities.
Thank you very much, Aaron, and everyone for that. So I think we get the sense that the principle-based nature of the Outer Space Treaty is indeed one of its strengths, and in the current era, it gives us something to build on. We've heard their comments around the interpretive flexibility, and in particular around key terms in the treaty, such as peaceful purposes. So I think that's given us a good sense of the framework. I wanted to take the conversation now in a slightly different direction to the Paros agenda. And I want to ask the panelists, what do you feel are the main reasons for the lack of progress on Paros, and how can this be addressed? And do you believe that current developments, whether that's resulting from state or non-state actors' activities in space, contributing to achieving the goals of Paros. And this time I'm going to start with you, Guoyu. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruth. Superficially, I think it's due to the lacks of political will. We know that, but in essence, it is a matter of differentiated rationale or methodology about what is due order or governance of space and how to achieve it. So we see many concepts discussed broadly, like space hegemony or super priority, or we need maybe a strategic equilibrium or balance, which is more reliable to maintain a safe and sustainable space. I think, unfortunately, neither of the two sides would like to make a compromise, in an easy manner. So that's the different rationale there. So, and talking about methodology, we also see the different, like favorites about multilateralism or unilateralism, soft law or hard law, under auspices of UN or beyond UN. We see the different options right now. Also we have two different approaches, always say a dichotomy, legal, illegal, or responsible, irresponsible. So which one is more practical or urgent as a way forward? So we see the different such kind of the distinctions, just served as one of the main obstacles, for the slow process of Paris. And talking about the current developments, I think on one side, the various international initiatives, no matter from its governmental or from non-governmental entities, they are valuable to attract international attentions, to deeply examine the challenges to Paris and the way forward. However, diversity does not always necessarily mean prosperity, but also means the risks of fragmentation. And subsequent high costs to seek for consistency, finally in the UN platform. So from a neutral and objective perspective, the stasis of Paris process might show a comparatively stable strategic relations among powers in space. It means most of them don't have a genuine will to change the status quo, except some of them is deeply rooted in the goal of, we say, space hegemony, and it means that it is not satisfied with the balanced status at present. Then they would like to change it to achieve the priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Guoyu. I'm going to throw the floor now to you, Aaron. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, in talking about why there's been a lack of progress, going back to the 1980s and then moving forward to today, I would say that fundamentally one of the problems has been that Paros has been viewed as being in conflict with certain state priorities of specific states at specific points in time. And I think that this points back to something that Cassandra raised earlier, which is that space can't be dealt in isolation from other areas of statecraft. And so at specific points in time, when various states have viewed the principles of Paros as being in conflict with an agenda that was being pursued, I think that has created certain fundamental difficulties, but also there's this larger issue of whether or not space security is going to be handled in a bilateral or in a multilateral forum. And certainly in the 1980s, when we saw a lot of the issues that gave rise or added urgency to Paros coming to the forefront, Certainly one of the challenges was there was a tendency to want to deal, at least among the major spacefaring nations, to deal with space security in a bilateral forum. And to a degree, we still see some of that similar behavior and similar tendencies today. But I think that it's important to just remember that whenever we're talking about potential options for arms control, space arms control in particular, that it has to be integrated into a much larger framework. It's not something that can be dealt with on a one-off basis. And that's regardless of it being addressed in a bilateral or a multilateral forum. But I think that given the number of space actors that we're dealing with today, given the rise of the commercial space market and their interests, it is even more urgent to deal with these issues in a multilateral forum.
Thank you indeed, Aaron. And now to you, Cassandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And again, we are a panel who agrees with each other a lot. But, as Guoyu mentioned, quite often it's easy to say, well, it's down to political will. But I think what happens, as Aaron mentioned, is that that political will gets tied up in other issues. And space has often been a bargaining chip or has been kind of subsidiary to other interests. And I do think that's changing somewhat. So the political blocks, and I know in a UN environment, I'm not supposed to name names of particular actors, but when there are political blocks because of those interests that Aaron mentioned and those interests that change over time. But there is also a difference of priority that I would add to what Guoyu said in terms of what is it that space arms control or space security should focus on? So the Chinese-Russian proposal to have the PPWT, the Treaty on the Prevention of Placement of Weapons in Space, has been very much focused on space-based weapons, the literal weaponization of space. And of course, the US, France, Canada, many of the allies of the US have been consistently opposed to that for various different technical reasons, but also because their focus has been not on space-based threats, but on ground-based threats. So not only kinetic ASATs, but also these kind of more gray zone non-kinetic threats like lasing, dazzling, blinding, cyber interferences, jamming, and that becomes very complex, as Guoyu mentioned for us earlier, in terms of the legality of those operations. It's much harder to define when those technologies are a weapon, when they should be prohibited or banned, when they're acceptable. That becomes much more complex, and so it really depends on the priority in terms of what it is, what kinds of technologies are the focus of PAROS or of similar initiatives. And at the same time, the ambiguity that rises from the Outer Space Treaty and from the fact that Article 4 only prohibits nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction, the ambiguity that comes with that serves the interest of some states who have said consistently they don't want to enter into any binding treaties that might prohibit more specific weapons, whether that's space-based or ground-based. But I think what we are seeing, and you asked us to think about whether current challenges and changes are contributing to perhaps achieving some of the, at least some of the intentions of the PAROS agenda. The fact that we're in this multipolar era again means that aside from those bilateral negotiations and interests that Aaron mentioned, there are also minilateral agreements and arrangements where space is now on the agenda more than it has been in the past. That's in the Quad, that's in ASEAN, that's in the rather controversial recent AUKUS arrangement. The G7 recently put space debris on the agenda and talked about it as an urgent threat that deserves attention. Space is back on the agenda at the level, I think it's at a level now that it was in the 1960s, that it perhaps, and was in the 1980s, that it perhaps wasn't in the period post-Cold War. And it's also back in the popular imagination again, for the first time in a way that it hasn't been since the space age, since the space race between the two superpowers. And that matters because when it's in the popular imagination, it has more political weight and more political pull. So there's now more of a focus on how we can regulate or come up with norms around behaviors rather than technologies. And I think that's a much more useful approach. It means we can find agreement and consensus much faster. It means whatever we come up with isn't going to be outdated, and we don't have to have quibbles over defining what is a weapon in space. We can talk about, the responsible behaviors agenda of UN General Assembly Resolution 75-36. Once again, I think is very useful, and the initiatives that are going to come out of that are very useful. Space is part of the political economy of the 21st century, and every country wants some kind of purchase power in that. Well, then every country also has an interest in space remaining stable and accessible and useful. And so it's become an agenda item that has a much greater importance than it had for those. It used to only be the powers and the countries that had access to space, and now it really is in everyone's agenda.
Thank you very much, Cassandra, and I think that's given us a really good summary on the Paros challenges, if you like. Clearly, the political will is a fundamental question, as you've all alluded to, but these differing perspectives that we have on the way in which we should be taking this forward in a soft law or a hard law approach through bilateral, multilateral or minilateral fora, and how we should be doing this, what we should be focusing on, space-based weapons, ground-based, grey zone, and how we look at those in terms of behaviours versus actual technologies. So I think that's been a really good summary of the multitude of issues that come together on the Paros question. And so on that note, I'm now going to throw the floor open for questions from the audience. I'm going to call for questions first from the room, but participants online, please do signal your interest in asking questions either by raising your virtual hand, or you can submit a written question into the Q&A function on WebEx. We will endeavour to try and get through as many questions as we can in the time that we've got left. So I'm looking now to the room and I see a question at the back. Can I ask all of you in the room, when you do take the floor, to briefly give us your name, title and organisation? Please let us know who you're directing your question to, whether it's just one of the panellists or all of them. And can I ask you to use your microphone when you ask the question and then turn it off when you're finished? So I'm going to throw now to Pavel. Yeah. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for excellent presentations. And I guess my question would be I'm Pavel Podvik from UNIDIR. Apologies for forgetting this. Since we're speaking about the Outer Space Treaty, and it is an old treaty, and my question is, what is your sense of urgency with building something new, not necessarily to replace the Outer Space Treaty, but to augment it, to make it stronger? Because again, if we look back at the history, there were periods of concern. I mean, the 60s was probably the first one. There was a concern about military uses of space. Then in the 80s, it was a fairly big issue, especially between the US and the Soviet Union. And now we see another kind of a wave of concerns about the developments in space. But at the same time, you could take kind of I would say, almost an optimistic view and say, well, 40 years down the road, we will still be expressing concerns about the developments in space, and the space will be there, and as it is today. So, what is your sense of how urgently we need to build some architecture that would regulate space activities? And do you see any events that would be kind of a watershed in a way, sort of something will happen and after that we are like in serious trouble? So do you have a sense of that? That would be very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. And I think that question was addressed to all of our panelists, if that's right. So I'm going to throw the floor first to Aaron. The floor is yours.
And I think that's a really great question. In terms of urgency, yeah, I agree with Pavel that, I think the last great period of urgency was probably the 1980s. In the early 2000s, there was a resurgence in interest in certain parties and more strategic defense capabilities, and there was the erosion of the ABM treaty, but then largely petered off, and we're in a new period of renewed anxiety. And I would say that there is an overall sense of urgency, but I do think it's important to go back to something that I said earlier, which is to separate the rhetoric from reality, or rather the hyperbole from the reality. So we see a lot of new military space structures in different countries around the world. But military space structures don't necessarily mean that there's going to be this this precipitous decline towards a much larger weaponized phase in the military use of space. But there's just two things that I would highlight that I do think are particularly urgent. One of those is more clearly defining what interference is. There's some disagreement, I think, among different parties on what would constitute especially non-physical interference, or what the repercussions of non-physical interference might be. Something else that I think needs to be urgently addressed, and it echoes something that Cassandra said, which is to try to limit certain behaviors rather than necessarily focus on limiting specific technologies. And that would be developing some kind of a framework for a moratorium on debris-producing anti-satellite weapons tests. I think that, if we're going to talk about the lessons of the Cold War, one of the key things that we saw from that period is that it can be unproductive to get hung up on definitions of specific kinds of classes of weapons. So instead of doing that, I think a much more effective framework would be to focus on limiting specific kinds of behaviors like debris producing tests. And then just one final point about what is one particular instance or event that could be especially problematic. And I think that if we saw a state or even a non-state actor physically interfere with satellite of either a commercial actor, a non-governmental actor, or a state actor, I think that could pose especially unique problems, especially if it results in some kind of not only physical but irreversible effects. So I think it's important to try to address some of the ambiguity, especially with interference, before we potentially come to that point.
Thank you, Aaron. Cassandra, I'll throw to you now.
Thank you. Yes, and it is urgent. It's urgent that we have something that builds upon the Outer Space Treaty. But in answer to the question as to what that might be, and perhaps also how urgent it is, I think that depends on what issue in particular we're thinking about. Is it arms control? Is it the creation of debris as part of arms control, or just space traffic management? Is it mega constellations? Is it natural resource extraction and commercial actors? Because each of those aspects, which are, they're general principles in the Outer Space Treaty, it leaves some ambiguity. Each of those aspects probably has a slightly different degree of urgency and a different response that might be appropriate. I see no reason why we couldn't have an additional protocol to the Outer Space Treaty. And Pavel, I would say many old treaties are good treaties. I mean, the treaties that set down the strongest principles, which then get applied to new fact situations. The Geneva Conventions are something we can all speak to, even if no one's opened them up and actually read them. We know how important they are in limiting the impacts of warfare, because they are principles that get applied to new fact situations and new technology over and over again. And there are additional protocols to the Geneva Conventions, which were written in the 1970s and 1977 in response mostly to what had gone on in the Vietnam War, to update and add on to those principles in what appeared to be necessary because of the urgency of the new kinds of weapons and this new kinds of warfare that involved non-state actors. So additional protocol to the Outer Space Treaty, I think, would be something that could be done fairly swiftly. It is, of course, an opt-in, so you then have to work very hard on who's going to sign up to something like that. But that might be one way of dealing with, for instance, the question around natural resource extraction or around debris. It could be one way to deal with arms control. I think that would be a more complex one to add in as an additional protocol. And I guess another issue, I've seen some questions pop up in the Q&A via WebEx about, can we really say that that the peaceful purposes principle has been effective, given that we're seeing an increase in the militarization of space and these greater tensions around space as a strategic domain. And I think, again, I would echo a little bit of what Aaron just said about, it depends on what we're focusing on and undoing that hyperbole from reality. For me, it's also separating out, yes, it is militarized. Space has always been militarized. The question is, what's happening with that militarization? And most importantly, what are the doctrines and the policies and strategies being put in place and the rhetoric that gets paired with that militarization? I actually don't think it's highly problematic having space divisions or space commands within a military. I think perhaps having a separate armed force dedicated to space has some sense to it. It's the rhetoric that goes paired with it and the doctrines that get applied to it that are concerning to me. And this is something that I do take an unashamed stance on, which is that calling space a warfighting domain is in itself an irresponsible behavior. It is inflammatory and it causes unnecessary rise of tensions in a domain which we are trying to maintain as stable, accessible to all. So there are ways that we can apply these responsible behaviors, norms, rules, and principles, not only to directly to arms control initiatives, but also to what are the doctrines and strategies and policies that states are putting in place. And so a watershed moment, I agree, would either be, for me, actually the one that's most likely is going to be a massive collision with these mega constellations that are being developed. So commercial actors developing constellations of hundreds, thousands, and in one case, tens of thousands of very small satellites. The space traffic issues that brings with that, and the greater risk of exponential space debris. But again, it is one of many issues, and I think each of these issues has to be dealt with in a quite specific way.
Thanks very much, Cassandra. Guo Yu, I'm going to pass to you now. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruth. I do think it is a great question. And I think the answers might affect, the direction of the process of Paris, or even, the global governance of space. So from an evolutionary perspective, law is always supposed to be, developed together with the development of space technologies and activities. So in this case, we have many challenges, of course, brought by the gaps between the existing legal system, like SLATA, and the new developments. And my colleagues also already, addressed some challenges brought by commercialization of space activities. It is true, but I would like to just focusing on Paris issue, or arms control in space, or we say governance of space security. So on account of this, whether it is urgent to have something new, so just allow me, it is not to answer about yes or no. It's depending on what is the characteristics of the new things. So the first point I would like to address is that there are some misunderstandings about the rule of law. When talking about the rule of law, it's super important for global governance, and people always think about to make new laws, to have new things. But actually another very significant approach to the rule of law is the interpretation of lex lata. That's why I just addressed the significance to seek for common recognition of lex lata. So in this case, simply to say, when we're talking about whether we need a new, maybe dress, a new house, it's based on our, evaluation and judgment about the old things, whether we are satisfied with them. So the precondition should be, we must be very clear about what are they. So in this case, I think we already touched upon several points there about the interpretation of harmful interference, as mentioned by Aaron, and the meaning of peaceful purpose. And besides, I would like to address that the function of general international law is somehow underestimated, at least by space lawyers. So when talking about the law of state responsibility, the regime set up in that we say customary international law or general principle of law anyway, the circumstances to preclude the wrongfulness of a state, regarding the specific behavior. I think it just provides a very detailed guidance to a state just to predict the legality of the activity to be undertaken by it. So, but we are just lacking of such kind of serious legal discussion, no matter forgive me, no matter in Copilus or CD. So that's the second point. And the last point is about that we do have something, we need something new, but that's about we need to have a list of the common threats to us or to space systems. And we are supposed, as lawyers, we like a specific scenario. Just give me a specific case. We're not generally supposed to talking about certain behavior. One behavior might be deemed as legal in one case, but illegal in another one. So then, let alone talking about the responsible or irresponsible about the specific behavior. So we need some new methodology, some new framework to move on. So that's the last point. I just stop here. Thank you. I give the floor back to Ruth.
Great, thank you very much, Guo Yu. I'm very keen to get through as many questions as I can. So I'm going to take another question now from the room, if I have anyone who's... Question for you.
Hi, thank you to the panelists. And I love the Gil Scott-Heron reference, so that was great. I'm Julia Baum, and I'm a PhD candidate at King's College London. And I'll direct my question to Aaron, as he mentioned the inevitability of space war, and also any panelists willing to answer. But as we're discussing behaviors and intentions, this isn't removed from the signaling use of language and rhetoric. The discourse on space warfare has been recently tangoing between it's avoidable and it's inevitable, much of which blurs perceptions of truth, skews the value of principle, and heightens perceptions. Can you offer some insight into the threats this language poses, and perhaps what you think about the signaling of inevitability in the context of space warfare, and also how this language can be redirected? Thank you.
Sure, no, I think that's a really great question. And just to highlight again, I do not see conflict in space as inevitable. I generally treat the word inevitable as something that should be used very delicately, although recently within the context of space conflict, it has been thrown around quite a bit. So I think, I'll go back and underline something that Cassandra said. I think that in these cases, it's really important to separate the establishment of military structures and organizations from the actual doctrines that are employed. So it's really in the doctrines, the strategies, and specific military objectives that I think we have to drill down in our analysis to evaluate whether or not something is potentially stabilizing or destabilizing. That being said, I do think that certain kinds of rhetoric, talking about supremacy, hegemony, superiority, first of all, those things are very difficult to measure. If a state says that it's going to establish superiority in space or supremacy in space, that's open to a lot of interpretation as to what that means. But it can be interpreted as not only inflammatory, but of course very aggressive, and you can certainly get into somewhat of an action-reaction phenomenon that can be destabilizing. So I think it's important for states to talk responsibly with regard to national security activity, because states will continue to engage in military activity in space to support a wide variety of national objectives, and that doesn't necessarily have to be inherently destabilizing. But for a productive, especially multilateral discussion, I think it would be generally useful to refrain from this terminology that doesn't necessarily really add anything that, like I said, can be quantified or measured, and certainly doesn't promote, values that are consistent with stability. But that being said, I do think it's important to continue to separate the hyperbole from the realities of what we're seeing develop. One final point I would say is, using history as at least a frame of reference, in the 1980s, we saw a lot of similar language come out of specific national contexts about supremacy and superiority in space. And while it did create certain challenges to the diplomatic framework at the time, to diplomatic engagement that was taking place on national security space matters, it didn't result in some precipitous decline in stability. And there was an era of restraint that was more or less reinstituted in the 1990s and into the early 2000s. So I don't think that we should necessarily see some of the language that's come out in recent times, while disconcerting, I don't think we should see that as inevitably leading to some type of a really dangerous or destabilizing scenario. But fundamentally, I don't think that it's helpful to the dialogue. So I hope that answers the question. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Aaron. I'm going to pass to Cassandra now. You touched on this a little earlier in your remarks, so I'll pass to you to see if there's anything you want to add on that. Cassandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ruth. Because I wanted also to highlight something that popped up in another question on the WebEx Q&A. Someone asked, what role does science or tech communication have in avoiding issues to do with proliferation, including damage to the outer space environment? So I think you're right. I think it was Julie, I'm sorry. Language matters a great deal. It's extremely important. And understanding what's so specific about the space environment is important, and understanding how dependent we all are on space. I would think in some ways, the whole world is dependent on space in ways beyond how we're dependent on land, sea, or air, because we are dependent on different parts of the globe, different parts of land, different parts of the sea, depending on where we are geographically, whereas we're all dependent on space and services from space. And we're all impacting space with this increase in space traffic and the tensions around the strategic targeting in space. And so while we want to see greater access to space and equal access to space, we have to think very, very carefully about what that means. And so I would agree wholeheartedly with what Aaron just said about any language that's talking about hegemony or dominance or superiority or denying access to adversaries, any languages that I highlight again that calls space a warfighting domain, rather than calling it an operational domain, a strategic domain, these things that are factual descriptions, which do something very different. They highlight the importance of space for military operations, for strategic purposes, and for national and international security. And that's necessary so that militaries can get their budgets, so they could get people and expertise working on it. But what we need to do is educate a much wider range of decision makers and policy makers in national governments and also in international governance. And I think that's starting to happen much more at the international level. I think there's probably a lot of catch up to do in a lot of countries at the domestic or national level, particularly for those newer entrants. Countries like Australia, like New Zealand, a lot of middle powers and a lot of smaller countries that are excited to enter the space economy need to understand what the strategic implications are of using certain language, need to understand that there are regional implications, there are implications for our relationships with our friends and allies, as well as with our so-called adversaries or those with whom we have tense relations. That work, although I've said, and we've all said, that space is just another domain where geopolitics is playing out, at the same time, there are some things very specific and unique about space. Because of its physical properties, because of how dependent we are on it. And there needs to be a much greater understanding of the political and strategic implications of the language being used. So I would think that, in fact, science communication and diplomatic education has a great role to play. And in all of these polycentric, multi-layered different ways that space governance is taking place, there needs to be, I guess what it is about educating our decision makers and our policy makers to understand that every word matters.
Thank you, Cassandra. And Guo Yu, I'm going to pass to you for anything to add from your perspective on that.
Thank you, Ruth. So I've been kept thinking about the three relevant questions: whether space is battlefield, whether it already becomes a battlefield, or whether it will become battlefield. So as to the first one, from a legal perspective, it is a wrong conclusion, of course. So as to space lawyers, we have been very cautious to define the characteristics of outer space, whether it is a global commons, common heritage of all humankind, or res communes. So from this point, I think it is just simply a wrong conclusion. And as to the second question, or whether it has become a battlefield already, I think it is difficult to answer. It depending on the different perspective once they would like to look at it. I heard the comments from our colleagues carefully, and I agree that sometimes such kind of announcement, we see several similar announcements already there. So some of them might be based on the concern, I would like to say maybe just internal needs sometimes. It's try to, just as far as I'm concerned, it's personal view, try to show the legitimacy or the necessity to establish independent space force just to cater for the new tendency of outer space. It's already become a battlefield, so we need an independent space force. It's simple. However, unfortunately, at the same time, it just brings some very negative international influence, of course, as addressed by our colleagues as well. It's just, unfortunately, deteriorating the very vulnerable, relations in space. It would cause some misunderstandings or miscalculation, misperceptions, or misresponses. And as to the last one, whether outer space will become battlefield, of course, again, that would be the last picture we would like to see. That's what we are sitting here, it's just the value or the objectives of all kinds of international initiatives try to prevent the military conflicts in future, let alone space war in future. So again, it's depending on, I would like to say, the wisdoms and courage of our diplomats, our lawyers, to do so. That's just my, the thoughts came into my mind at present. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Guo Yu. And noting the time, I'm now going to switch to some online questions. And the first one that I have is as follows. In light of the apparent competition to exploit space as a warfighting domain, what are the options available for countries who do not have the capacity and capability to develop and acquire space defence programs? And I'm going to go first to you, Cassandra, for this one. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I mean, I think it comes back a little to what we were just saying in response to how do we deal with whether it's inevitable or not that it becomes a battlefield, which is that, and in some ways you could draw parallels, I guess, with nuclear proliferation. What can non-nuclear countries do either to defend themselves against the threat or to ally themselves with a nuclear power? It becomes a little bit of a security dilemma in some ways, which is, I think, why all of us have highlighted so much the necessity of thinking very carefully about rhetoric and doctrine and policy and the language used. because the security dilemma is created when one or two powers start to assert the threat is so great that they need to ramp up their space military programs, and in response, of course, their peer competitors ramp up their space programs, and we see an upward escalatory cycle. The worst thing possible would be for smaller countries to jump onto that bandwagon, in part because if it is a smaller country with a smaller economy, or if it's a new entrant to the space sector and space technologies, it's an impossible catch-up game to play, and there will always be an imbalance. But also because if our global concern is to keep space stable and peaceful to the extent that it is today, sustainable, usable for future generations, we need to be thinking with intergenerational equity in mind as well. Then really what those smaller nations need to be doing is working very closely together and with middle powers to pull back that escalatory cycle, to convince the greater powers that strategic restraint is in their interest, because that was the dominant shared understanding throughout the Cold War and post-Cold War. There were, of course, dips, there were moments of tension, but we always returned to a kind of strategic restraint. And we've seen a move away from that in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And that's concerning. And I'm convinced that in a multipolar reality, middle powers, particularly those that are very closely tethered to and allied with those greater powers, particularly countries like my own, like Australia, and all of our friends and all of the countries that we want to exert influence on, we have a huge role to play in bringing back that rhetoric a little bit. And I think we can be successful in it if we are working together, if we are thinking long term, if we are thinking sensibly, and if we are empowering people like our Departments of Foreign Affairs and Trade to do that kind of work, to make sure that space really is on the agenda. So I'm an optimist in that sense, but I feel like I have to be, otherwise I can't possibly be in my line of work.
Thank you, Cassandra. It always helps to be an optimist. To try and get through a few more questions, I'm going to go straight to another question from online now. And the question is, so far the arms control community has focused mainly on governing risks through regulations, rules, principles, etc. Shouldn't we also be thinking about governance of innovation and conducting responsible innovation in outer space? If yes, what would a responsible innovation framework look like in the outer space discussion? And to respond to this question, I'm going to go to you, Aaron, for your thoughts. The floor is yours.
So I think for starters, responsible innovation, I think anytime a word like responsible is used, again, there's a great degree of interpretive flexibility. But I think in terms of principles that should govern thinking on responsible innovation in space, one of the first things that has to be considered is what are going to be the broader impacts of any kind of activity, not only for other state actors, but also for commercial space actors as well. What are going to be the environmental consequences? And I think something that's come out of this panel that is cause for optimism is that in general, I think there's much greater awareness today, even among policymakers, that any kind of activities in space that could have detrimental impacts on the space environment affects all spacefaring nations, and even countries that don't have formal space programs but are dependent on space. So I think that having responsible innovation that is really focused on preserving the space environment in particular, I think that should be at the forefront of any organization's mind, any organization's agenda that's going to engage in space-related innovation. And one tangentially related point, I think that this greater focus on environmental consequences is cause for optimism, because something that does make the space environment unique as compared to other domains is that it is something that really touches all nations in a fairly unique way, and also touches the popular imagination in a fairly unique way, as Cassandra mentioned. And so I think that growing recognition is going to guide the kinds of activities that governmental and non-governmental organizations take part in. I think it's going to guide the nature of their behaviors, and ultimately, I do think that there's cause for hope as we try to address some of the pressing issues that we've been discussing on the panel. Thanks.
Another sentiment in support of optimism. Thank you very much, Aaron. I'm going to go to another question now from online. And the question is, one issue that has arisen that is a change in the space domain is the rise of non-consensual RPO activities. Would love to hear the panelists' thoughts about how that affects space security and stability. And I assume RPO is rendezvous and proximity operations, but correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm going to this time throw to Guo Yu to answer this question. Guo Yu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruth. So I think it's again, first, I mean, in essence, it's do you technology definitions. Then RPO could be used for military purposes. I think it's also the truth. We have to be cautious that such kind of behaviors, the RPO, we say like frequent or largely carried on and RPO against another state without any prior notification or the necessary coordination or consultation. It's just bring high risks, you know, to cause maybe accidents, you know, like for instance, like in orbit clearance. So such kind of behavior, I think that's the challenges to us, or could be deemed as some threats to us to be dealt with. And in this case, since I'm a space lawyer, I always like to look at it, you know, from legal perspective. First, it is definitely is not prohibited by space law. There's no provisions, you know, expressly prohibit such kind of behaviors. But there are many, again, relevant principles like due regard, prior consultation, or even the non-harmful interference principle set up in ITU convention. So such kind of principles or provisions, again, my point is always about its concern is about its applicability. Whether such kind of principles and how these principles apply need to be examined case by case. So again, as a lawyer, I would not like to answer what should be the due limitations to such an RPO. I need a specific scenario. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Guo Yu. And I think we have time for one last question from online. And the question is PAROS an appropriate framework for discussing space security? Can space systems be separated from arms racing in other domains? And I'm going to get each of our panelists to say a few words on this, keeping it relatively brief because we are coming up against time. But I am going to go first to you, Cassandra, for your thoughts and wrap up. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ruth, and I have found this to be a really rich discussion, so thank you. You know, I mean, I think I just need to return to my previous comment that these issues need to be dealt with in multiple governance frameworks and systems. So PAROS in the CD is important, although clearly it has limitations in its ability to move forward in any concrete sense, but that doesn't mean it should be abandoned. I also see the PAROS agenda as being a General Assembly agenda. There is an open letter that has been distributed, and I'm not sure if it has been sent to Antonio Guterres yet, to the Secretary General of the General Assembly. But that's an open letter that came out of the Outer Space Institute at the University of British Columbia in Canada that was drafted by a very small group of space security experts, and is now, there's an invitation internationally to get signatures to say we need to have a prohibition on debris creating ASATs, including the testing of debris creating ASATs. And that's going to the General Assembly. And so PAROS is an agenda for multiple UN bodies to focus on. But it doesn't stop there. I mean, we need to be, as you've heard, I'm a big fan of the General Assembly resolution on reducing space threats through norms, rules, and principles on responsible behaviors. And I agree with Guoyu that we need to be clear about not just what we think is nice and responsible in a moral sense, but what does that mean legally? We also need to be dealing with it as part of the as part of the various agendas that I mentioned, where the G7 has it on the agenda, where various multilateral and unilateral security agreements have it on the agenda. So yes, I think it's an appropriate framework, but it's insufficient if we just leave it in that framework.
Thanks very much, Cassandra. Aaron, I'm going to pass to you for some final reflections on that question.
Sure. I just want to both echo and reemphasize that no, space cannot be dealt with in isolation from other areas of national security affairs and strategic issues. So if we're going to talk about potential arms control initiatives in the future, nuclear arms control, looking at advanced conventional capabilities, space has to be a part of that conversation because it's linked technologically. It's also linked from a military strategic standpoint. In terms of PAROS being sufficient or insufficient, I think that there's certainly limits, and I think my colleagues have both highlighted some of those limits, especially from a legal regulatory standpoint. But I do maintain that having any kind of multilateral engagement on the subject is beneficial. But as Cassandra just said, I think it's necessary to move it into an even higher echelon of multilateral engagement.
Thanks indeed, Aaron. And now, Guoyu, over to you for your final remarks.
Thank you, Ruth. So as to me, the most important similarity, always a common point, is that the ultimate goal of all kinds of arms control initiative is to achieve internationally strategic stability. It was addressed by previous Ambassador Sha Zukang, to Geneva just several days ago at the 20 years anniversary of CACDA. And I'm very convinced by this point. So he also mentioned that it's not arms control is not always mean like to ban or forbidden something. To achieve the due balance or strategic stability, sometimes the international community has to consider to open the door to develop something to achieve such kind of balance. So it has to be examined case by case. Again, it's about the methodology. And in this case, my last comment would be as to like responsible, irresponsible behaviors have been discussed, mentioned for many times. So, for the international community, when just come to evaluate a specific space behavior, it is not a matter about good or bad, professional or amateur, or even legal or illegal. It should be based on the concern whether such kind of space behavior might be contribute to preserve the internationally strategic stability, or on the contrary. So that would be my last comment here, and thank you so much.
Thank you indeed, Guoyu, and I think that's a good note to wrap up on. We are at time. I think we've covered a lot of issues this morning. I hope that has set the scene well for the remainder of the conference. A lot of the issues that were raised this morning will, of course, be addressed in greater detail in subsequent panels. But can I just take this opportunity to thank all of our panellists for their remarks and their insights today, and for joining us at not particularly convenient times of the day. So thank you indeed, all of you, Guoyu, Cassandra and Aaron, and thanks also to the audience here in the room and online for your questions as well. On that note, Almudena, I'm going to hand back to you.
Thank you, Ruth, and thank you to the panelists for this wonderful discussion. We had loads of questions online that we sadly didn't have the time to answer, but I am very happy that we got such a wonderful discussion going on. We are now going to break for lunch. We will come back at 14 hours at 2 p.m. So we've set out something to eat for all of you here in person, right outside the room. And that's everything. Thank you so much for joining us for this first session of OS21.
Do you want to test your sound? Benjamin, if you want to test too, it's a possibility. If you want to start.
If y'all can hear me, otherwise I can get headphones.
Oh, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Perfect, Benjamin. Victoria, we can hear you perfectly, and you are very much centered, so it's good.
Thanks.
Okay, so you still have 15 minutes to, like take a final coffee or something, and then we will start. Hello, Lai Haiwang. Do you want to test your microphone and your camera? We can see you perfectly, sir. I cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it's perfect. Thank you very much. I will see you in 5 minutes.
Okay, see you later. 然后我是在按这个什么？
绿色的，是啊。
你是用什么软件？
WebEx。
这个电脑的。
那这个操不操作都无所谓。对，但是他有说嘛，他
想静音的话，这边摁静音，那边其实就听不到。
哦。
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you all had a nice break. If the people in the room would take their seats, I think almost already seated. Okay. So let's start with panel 2. Once again, before we start with panel 2, I have to remind you of the COVID guidelines that we have to follow. I kindly request that you keep your masks on at all times over your mouth and nose, and that you refrain from eating or drinking in the room if possible. Also, if you develop any cold or flu-like symptoms while you are in the premises, you should please request assistance, and we will do the best we can to assist you. This panel is going to be on space threats and challenges, and we are very excited to have a very good group of panelists here with us. I am happy to introduce you to them. The first one is here with us in person today. Wen Su is a legal advisor at the International Committee of the Red Cross. Joining us virtually are Benjamin Silverstein, who is a research analyst for the space project at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Hai-Yang Lei, he is the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China. And I'm also pleased to introduce our moderator for today, who will also be joining us virtually, Victoria Sampson. Victoria is the Washington Office Director at the Secure World Foundation. Thank you all for joining. Victoria, the floor is yours. But before you take it, I want to remind the people in the room that to listen to the people that will be talking virtually, you have to use your headphone thingies. Thank you very much. Victoria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I want to make sure everyone can hear me. Am I good? Okay, I'm assuming no criticism means we're doing okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Victoria Sampson. As was introduced, I'm the Washington Office Director of the Secure World Foundation. The Secure World Foundation is a private foundation that focuses on the long-term sustainable use of outer space. We push for best practices and norms of behavior to make sure that space is accessible to and usable for all for the long term. We've been involved in co-organizing this conference for over a decade now, and I'm just delighted to be able to continue this partnership. It's been fascinating to see how this conversation has evolved as the space domain itself has changed and evolved. This panel on space threats and challenges, I'm particularly excited about. Perhaps I'm a little biased because my organization puts out a global counter space threat assessment that I'm the co-editor of, but I think this topic is extremely timely and very relevant when we're discussing the security and stability of the space domain. And just a little background, over the past year, several countries have carried out tests of counter space technology, as well as ambiguous operations that have raised alarms and incite protests and criticisms. Many state space policies continue to shift towards treating outer space as a contested, operational, or even warfighting domain. This panel will discuss drivers of military competition in space, including geopolitical rivalries, enabling capabilities, and the accelerated development of arms. We've got a fantastic panel to go over some of the topics. I'm going to introduce our speakers to you. We're going to have some opening remarks. Then I ask if the audience has questions, please submit them to Q&A, or if you're in person, raise your placards when we get to that point, and we'll try and call on you. The first speaker is Mr. Lai Haiyue. He's the Deputy Division Director of the Department of Arms Control of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, mainly dealing with issues on outer space security and conventional arms control. He has held this position since 2019. Prior to his current position, Mr. Lai was posted to the Embassy of China to Pakistan from 2012 to 2017 and worked in the Department of Arms Control of Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 2009 to 2012. Mr. Lai graduated from the Communication University of China in 2009 with a master's degree in law. Mr. Lai, the floor is yours.
Can you please unmute yourself?
Sorry?
Muted.
Okay. Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start again. Okay, first, thanks, moderator, for giving me the floor. First, I would like to take this opportunity to express my thanks to the UNIDIR for bringing us together to this conference, which provide a good platform to discuss issues related to space security. And it's my pleasure and honor to join the panel and share the view of space threats and challenges from Chinese perspective. Through the background and introduction, I think it seems that we have a common understanding that the weaponization and arms race in outer space becomes more prominent and pressing, and it's evident in three aspects. Firstly, outer space has been increasingly regarded as a new battlefield. As we know, there's one country publicly declared outer space as a new war-fighting domain, established an independent space force and space command, and accelerated the building up of a combat system in outer space. Some other countries also follow suit in establishing a new space command or space force. The NATO, for the first time, defined space as an operational domain and enhanced synergistic operational capabilities with its allies. Such actions has exacerbated the trend of an arms race in outer space and increased the risk of turning space into a warfighting domain. Secondly, the vulnerability of outer space security is rising. The development of anti-satellite weapons, missile defense systems, and long-range precision attacks weapons has posed challenges to traditional strategic balance and stability. The U.S. was the first country to conduct the anti-satellite weapon test, and with the most numbers of tests conducted, it created the largest amount of space debris so far. In its missile defense document, the U.S. discloses plans to build a network of space-based infrared sensors and deploy space-based missile interceptors. In recent years, the U.S. has been upgrading its space tests, including repeatedly testing the X-37B spacecraft and deploying upgraded counter-communication system. This technology can be diverted to offensive military use in space, and thus posing a serious threat to the security of outer space assets. Thirdly, the risk of confrontation and conflict in outer space is rising. In terms of a strategy, the U.S. is pursuing space dominance strategy, pursuing the absolute superiority, absolute freedom, and unilateral security in outer space that will undermine the security interest of other countries or even the common security of the international community, and will exacerbate the trend of arms race. In terms of action, you see, the U.S. conducted the RPO and flyovers activities that endanger other countries' satellites on orbit. Such actions have posed serious threats to the space assets of other countries, aggravated tension in space, and increased the risk of a military miscalculation and conflict. Before I stop, I will add one more point. We strongly believe space war cannot be won and must not be fought. The history of the nuclear arms race should never be repeated in space. All nations share broad common interest in outer space. we should preserve space as a new frontier for cooperation rather than a battlefield for competition and confrontation. China stands ready to cooperate with relevant parties to promote the negotiation of a legally binding instrument on perils at an early date, so as to address to safeguard the peace, security, and sustainability of outer space in the fundamental way. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of interesting points brought up that I'm sure the panel will want to discuss more fully as we get to the Q&A. Our next speaker is Benjamin Silverstein. Benjamin is the research analyst for the Space Project at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. His work explores prospects for multilateral cooperation on issues like space situational awareness and orbital debris mitigation. His other research includes investigating arms racing dynamics. Before joining Carnegie, Benjamin Silverstein worked on international space issues at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. He completed his MA International Relations at Syracuse University and received his BA in International Affairs from George Washington University. Ben, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Victoria, and thank you to UNIDIR for arranging the conference. I'm thrilled to be back in a virtual setting, at least. I wish I was there in person, and especially for keeping the arms race discussion on the forefront. It's one of my favorite vexing topics. And also especially thank you to the fellow panelists for their contributions and for their opinions. I really appreciate hearing that, and to the former panel for talking about Paris as well. Overall, my views on the threats and challenges to outer space are based on an assumption that I think will resonate with most of you, if not all of you, and that's when we look at space, and particularly at states' uses of space, including how they use space, why they use space, and their respective reliance on space systems, we can see that the status quo is changing. And in parallel, existing geopolitical rivalries among states have extended into space, and that's accelerating this rate of change. And the combination of these two phenomena erodes stability in space, and that's a bad thing. To be clear, I contend that we are watching an arms race unfold, and especially one that extends into space, and we're probably past the point at which it's prudent to focus our main efforts on preventing that arms race, and rather, we would likely derive more benefits if efforts were focused on limiting the consequences of that arms race in space. And to this end, I really think that states should be using the relevant organs of the United Nations and even focusing on working at the Conference on Disarmament to clarify their relationships with each other, to clarify their intents in space, and to contend with how their actions are perceived by other states, especially those actions in space or those actions that affect space. There's a lot of work to be done domestically as well in these states, developing doctrines with the arms race in mind and purposefully adopting strategies that don't inflame the arms race. Those are two really important aspects that I again, am very grateful for the last panel who focused on that pretty well. And if I can just build this out a little bit more, as we respond to this arms race, our options really concentrate on two pretty distinct activities. On the one hand, we can try to arrest the arms race, and in parallel, we can work on dampening the negative impacts of arms racing as a phenomenon. And without foreclosing on that first option, how can we accomplish the second aspect, which is attenuating the explosive potential of an arms race in space, which would hopefully, one would hope at least, have corresponding effects on checking the progression of the arms race altogether. So these are two pretty reinforcing aspects here. And I think that one of the best ways that we can do this is to reassess and revisit the relationships among rivals. That would be a really fruitful exercise towards this end. And as states' uses of space have shifted and grown over the past few decades, we should expect that their intent in conducting space activities and their decision-making processes that allow them or facilitate their uses of space, we should expect that those have also matured. And that's why it's really important to keep reassessing and revisiting these relationships. Because if we fail to recognize how and why these strategies have changed over time, and we continue to apply old or outdated paradigms to evolving interstate relationships, we are surely on the path towards extreme miscalculation and misperception, and that really only leads to a bad place. I think one of the other aspects about space that makes it so unique in this case is that the often opaque nature of these activities that happen in orbit sometimes make it very difficult to infer why a state took a specific action or why that choice supports their overall broader strategy. So again, the first step towards dampening the effects of an arms race, which would hopefully have collateral effects on arresting the arms race in the first place is for the arms racers and the potential future arms racers themselves to clarify the relationship. And the UN, certain organs in the UN, the Conference on Disarmament, these are really well-positioned organizations that can play a pivotal role, and states really should avail themselves of these forums. And I think that one of the reasons that this is a great option is that getting better relationships and clarifying intent really doesn't need a formal document. That's one of the things that we've seen struggles in the Conference on Disarmament. A lot of the treaties and other agreements have been delayed by concerns about verification or other aspects. But if we can get a better level setting of relationships, we probably don't need to do that through formal documentation or through treaties with consensus documents. And I can get into some other aspects of this later in the questions, but thank you for your time. Looking forward to hearing the rest of the conference.
Thanks, Ben. And then last for our opening remarks is our third speaker, Dr. Wen Zhou. She is currently the legal advisor of the Arms and Conduct of Hostilities Unit, the legal division of the International Committee of the Red Cross, headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. She is author of the ICRC position paper on potential human cost of the use of weapons in outer space and the protection afforded by international humanitarian law, supports the United Nations on issues outlined in GA Resolution 7536. Prior to working at the headquarters, she was head of the legal department at the ICRC Regional Delegation for East Asia based in Beijing. Prior to joining the ICRC, Wen worked as an associate legal counsel in the World Bank Group, an associate professor of law in the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. She holds a PhD in international law and a Bachelor of Law from Peking University, and a Master of European Law from the University of Paris, Panthéon-Sorbonne. She also studied in the Hague Academy of International Law and the Royal Wellenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, London University. Wen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Victoria, for your very kind introduction. On behalf of the ICRC, allow me to thank UNIDIR for inviting me to participate in this very interesting discussion. And indeed, the ICRC values the importance of continued discussion on outer space security. As Victoria has mentioned, this is also why earlier this year we have submitted and published a position paper on IHL and outer space. So I would like to contribute to this discussion of the panel from a humanitarian and legal perspective. I think the previous speakers have already demonstrated that for decades, military uses of space objects have been an integral part of warfare. But as the role of space systems in military operations during a conflict increases, the likelihood of this system being targeted, whether it be their ground or space components or the link between them, also increases, with potentially significant consequences for civilians on Earth. And this is why this becomes also an issue of humanitarian concern. So in our view, possible threats to space systems include electronic warfare, cyber attacks, directed energy attacks, orbital-based and ground-based anti-satellite weapons, among others. But whatever military activities take place in outer space, it is constrained by existing international law. However, in the meantime, in our view, there are two interwoven aspects that are to be addressed in future multilateral discussion. So for one thing, for the protection of civilian population and civilian infrastructure, in the view of the ICRC, any common understanding of how best to act to reduce threats to space systems among states should include recognizing that military operations in outer space do not occur in a legal vacuum, but are constrained by existing law, notably the Outer Space Treaty, the UN Charter, and international humanitarian law, including prohibiting and limiting the use of certain weapons, means, and methods of warfare. And secondly, as civilian life today increasingly relies on space objects, military operations affecting these objects entails a risk of significant human cost on Earth. However, the exact scope of the potential consequences of these activities is uncertain and will certainly merit further analysis. In our view, it is notably critical to consider the harmful impacts of directly or incidentally disrupting, damaging, destroying, or disabling satellites, that support safety critical civilian activities and essential civilian services on Earth. So these are the two aspects that we recommend any future multilateral processes and discussions to address in an inclusive and open manner. We also appreciate the opportunity to be able to continue to contribute our expertise to the future discussions if states deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Wen. Again, I'd like to remind everyone that we're taking questions, so I'm going to have a few for the panel myself. We want to make sure we give the audience a chance to get some input. So again, we'll be turning to the audience in the room in a few minutes, and those of you who are like me online, you can submit them through the Q&A in the chat. My first question is looking at counter-space technology testing. Many states have criticized the testing of counter-space technology, but have shied away from calling it illegal. Why do you think that is? And what do you believe that, and do you believe that more clarity and regulations regarding this issue is needed? Maybe we can start with Wen, please.
Sure, absolutely. I would like to say that indeed, from the legal perspective, testing of weapons, including ASAT weapons, is not unregulated. So I would like to probably just to kick off the discussion by shedding some light on some of the most relevant existing international legal rules on these issues, but this is in no case to be addressed in an exclusive manner. But I would like to start with the Outer Space Treaty. As we know, Outer Space Treaty have set some limitations on military activities. In particular, in Article 4 of the treaty, it was mentioned that the testing of any types of weapons and the conduct of military maneuvers on the moon and other celestial bodies are forbidden. So another article that would be, in my view, of relevance would be Article 9 of the same treaty, including the avoidance of harmful contamination to space and celestial bodies. States are asked to avoid harmful contamination of outer space and adverse changes in the environment of the Earth resulting from the introduction of such activities. So unnecessary states are also suggested or required to adopt appropriate measures for the purpose. And also in the same article, you have this due regard principle. So states shall conduct all of their activities in outer space and on celestial bodies with due regard to the corresponding interest of other states. And another mechanism of international law that I would see relevant to consider would be the obligations of legal review of new weapons, means, and method of warfare, in accordance with notably Article 36 of the Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions. But it is also in our view that all states have an interest to conduct legal review, whether or not party to this protocol. So here, states are required to review the legality of any new space weapon, means, or method of warfare that they would decide to develop or acquire. Of course, during the course of development of a weapon, testing would be a necessary step to ascertain whether the employment of such a weapon would be in compliance with international humanitarian law or not. So here, of course, the space weapons would include not only kinetic ones, but also non-kinetic ones, not only space-based, but also ground-based. So here, I would also like to recall that international law also prohibits weapons of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering, and also it is prohibited to in place or use weapons that are indiscriminate by nature. So I think all these rules are relevant to consider the legality of testing of a given weapon, including those that are going to be used in relation to outer space. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Haiyang, do you have thoughts on this issue?
We noticed that some international community have concerns on the anti-satellite counter-space technology testing. I think it's when it comes to a legal term, I think it's So it's complex to define the testing of a counter technology as illegal. I know. Firstly, the threshold for counter space technology is not high. Many technology, including that for missile defense system or on-orbit clearance of space debris, also has a potential for counter space purposes. So the definition, in terms of legal term, so the definition of a counter space technology will be very complex, especially when involved the distinction of the intention of a space activity. And secondly, we cannot just focus on one single form of counter space technology, such as direct ascent, kinetic attack, while leaving other forms untouched. If so, you will give us an impression that other forms of counter space technology are legal actions. Just as Dr. Joe said, such testing are not is not regulated in line with the existing international legal framework. So that highlights that one thing that we need to negotiate a new legally binding instrument on perils to regulate such kind of counter technology testing. And the PPWT proposed by China and Russia provided a good basis for that. The PPWT have mainly two obligations. One is prohibition of placement of our weapons in our space, and the other is prohibition of threat or use of force against space objects. That will cover the issue of counter space technology, no matter it's from space to face or space to surface or surface to space. So I think that will address the international society's concern on testing counter space technology. Here, I just urge all parties concerned to join the efforts to negotiate such kind of legally binding instrument to regulate the counter space testing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, do you have thoughts on this matter?
I'd like to just hone in on that second part. So what types of clarity might we seek to address the issue of counter space technologies and their legality or their uses in or their considerations as acts of war? I think that the due regard clause is really, really important here. And that's one of the things that it always is. We just, as a community of space interested people, we generally just tend to think, oh yeah, due regard, it's very tough to define. Let's move on to the next question, please. So it can be difficult and it's thorny and it's uncomfortable and nobody really has a great answer to it, but there must be an answer of what due regard really means. And if that's mitigating any sort of debris that you create, that's an answer. It's an uncomfortable answer. I wish it wasn't the only answer, and I don't think it is the only answer. So the understanding what due regard means, and then on top of that, the next layer in this cake would be to understand the liability that one would assume if due regard is not taken. If we can establish a standard of care for space, then we can really start. And again, I'm not a lawyer, but that makes these questions and conversations a little bit difficult sometimes. But if we can establish that standard of care, and if we can understand what due regard means, and if we have a universal understanding of what due regard means, not just pockets of I think due regard means this, and someone else and their friends think that it's that, then maybe we can have a more cohesive conversation on the legality or illegality of these types of space activities, whether they're debris creating counter space tests, or if they're directed energy but don't necessarily create debris. There are degrees at which we can say certain things are illegal because you did not practice due regard, and certain things are potentially we'd rather you not do that, but we can condemn it without calling it illegal.
Thank you. I've been notified that someone in the room wants to jump in here. Eric Desatel from the US, you have the floor.
Thanks, Victoria. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to, first of all, participate in this conference in person. Really excited to do that. But also thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. In particular, I have a question for Deputy Director Lai. I noticed your concerns about the creation of space forces or space commands. And I was hoping you could help us understand, are there similarities or differences between the U.S. Space Force, which you have noted as a concern, and China's strategic support force, especially as we think about their roles or doctrines? Are there differences that will help us understand the differences between the two entities that both of our countries have? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I think thanks for your question. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. I think you raised a really good question. And one question for you or for the audience, for all the audience, there's one country overtly declared the space as a war-fighting domain. That is, I think that's not just a declaration of strategy or doctrine, but a threat to this space security. And I noticed on August 23rd. There's a report that the U.S. is going to declassify a secret space weapon. So I think this needs to be clarified. And for your question, I think there's one more thing need to emphasize, that the U.S. pursued a space dominance strategy. That is to pursue absolute superiority, absolute freedom, and even to control the space. And that will undermine they will harm the global strategic stability. And that is not helpful for the international peace and security. And I think every nation have a right to maintain their security in space, but not in the manner as the U.S. did. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on some of the issues that were raised in the panelists' responses. Looking at the inputs from UNGA 7536, there seem to be some common threads emerging in terms of what states thought would be helpful to ensure the space security and stability of the domain. And one of them was that the idea of deliberate creation of long-lived debris is a bad idea. That seems to be, I think we're all pretty much in agreement on that one. So if that's the case, I'm curious to hear the panelists' thoughts about the possibility for some sort of kinetic energy anti-satellite test ban in the future. Ben, you want to take this one and we'll go down the line?
Absolutely, yes. So I think that's a great question. I think you're absolutely right that there was a common thread through a lot of the state responses and even the observer responses to the UK's resolution. And I'm very thankful to the Secretary General for putting together that report. I hate to respond to a question with another question, but it really does lead us down a road to defining what long-lived is. If we're going to ban long-lived debris, was that long-lived in terms of, and at that point we're really talking about the altitudes at which that debris exists. Generally, is that debris above 500 kilometers? Is that debris above 250 kilometers? Is that anything that's not suborbital debris? Is that debris above the geobelt. That's incredibly long-lived debris, but the risks that debris above the geobelt would pose, it would be significantly less in some assessments than debris in a very heavily populated, with active satellites at least, low Earth orbit. So I think that is a good starting point, and it raises a really good question. And I think that there is a ton of room for states to discuss what long-lived means. But again, it's just the definitions of these terms and the intent the intent that states have in defining these terms really needs to be clarified before we can just put long-lived into some sort of binding agreement, or even a non-binding agreement that would not having a diffuse or a fuzzy definition would really potentially make more trouble than otherwise. Still support. I think it's a good idea.
That is definitely important on this one. Thank you. Wen, what are your thoughts on the possibility of a KEA sat test ban?
Well, I would say that we really welcome the continued discussion on this issue, but without prejudicing the final outcome. I think it's probably too early to predict, but we certainly hope that from the humanitarian protection perspective, in our view, weaponization of outer space is not inevitable, but a choice. So in this regard, nothing prevents states from agreeing on additional rules to set further prohibition or limitation on specific military activities or or weapons in outer space. They have done that in the Outer Space Treaty, and there are also other arms control and disarmament treaties in other domains. So, but in any case, in our view, this development of new norms or legally binding rules should always be consistent with the existing rule and should aim at building on and strengthening the existing legal framework. And here again, I have to stress that the existing legal framework includes notably Outer Space Treaty, the UN Charter, and international humanitarian law. Thanks.
Thank you, Wen. I think that's a really important point. Oftentimes when we hear discussions about space security, people seem to think we're starting from scratch. And of course, we're not. We have 5 decades of legal frameworks to build on. Haiying, what are your thoughts about a kinetic energy ASAT test ban?
I think the prevention of arms race is the common consensus of international society since 1981. The UN General Assembly has passed resolutions on perils with an overwhelming majority, and requesting the CDE to negotiate a legally binding treaty, an instrument on perils. And for nearly 40 years, we see the CDE has not achieved, substantive progress. And as for now, just we talked about the security situation. We think it's the importance and urgency of negotiating such a kind of legally binding instrument. It's become more and more prominent, and we think the first a legally binding instrument is necessary. It strike a proper balance between obligation and the right. So it can be you can address the a different the concern of different countries, and as such can be observed in a good faith. And second, we think a legally binding treaty it's obligatory. So when one country join the treaty, they cannot just withdraw that easily. And second, and third, we think there's a gap between the existing legally binding legally framework and the reality. So we think we need to fill the gap. So we need to negotiate a legally binding instrument at an early date. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been told there's a question in the room from Konstantin Vorontsov. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much, first of all, for this really substantive and interesting presentation about on the vision about the threats and challenges in outer space. I have the question related to some interventions about the resolution 7536. And I'd like just to better understand how this initiative and this resolution relates to the current threats and challenges in outer space. It was said that it is related to mostly to the long-term space debris, but I would be excited to understand whether this initiative, from your point of view, and it is the question to all the panelists, should be comprehensive and relates to all the mentioned and reflected challenges and threats in outer space, or you think it would be just limited by this really specific and specialized matter as space debris? Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps we could start with Haiyang, please.
I think we're talking about space threats and threats and changes. Actually, through the background introduction of this panel, we're actually discussing something related to weaponization and arms race in our space, not space debris. I understand some country link the space debris to some military actions. They use some words like long-lived space debris, deliberately created, and so create a link between space debris and military space action. Actually, I think space debris is in the scope of peaceful use of outer space, not in the scope of perils, and this kind of issue should be discussed within the framework of the UN corpus, and should be discussed at the proper platform, and we should not mix mix them up, mix the space debris with other issues such as weaponization, arms race, and should not talk about less important issues like space debris, while ignore the real biggest and fundamental space threats and challenges. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, do you have any thoughts on the question about the relevance of 7536 to threats and challenges to space?
I would hesitate to call 7536 exclusively focused on debris, but debris is, of course, inextricably linked to certain types of ASAT tests and ASAT capabilities. Should we be more comprehensive in our opinions about 7536? Absolutely. There were a wide variety of diverse opinions from states all around the world. I think that each one of them had merits. I think that the process of hosting this type of discussion in a broader forum than may have otherwise been available, like the Conference on Disarmament, which is limited, giving everybody the opportunity to discuss their perceptions of the threats to space. I think that That's a huge benefit to this process, and 7536 allowed for that to happen. You had opinions from states that are extremely reliant on space for almost every aspect of basic social function, including military and state governance. And you had opinions from states who are hoping to get to that point or pursuing that sometime in the future. That's I think maybe not the benefit, but one of the extreme benefits of hosting a resolution at the GA, or sponsoring a resolution at the GA rather, and hosting this type of discussion there as opposed to other places, because it does let you get that extremely comprehensive view, and it's not simply focused on one type of threat, a security threat. It could be focused on miscommunication when dealing with on-orbit servicing. That's a huge threat to some, and it's incredibly important to hear that opinion voiced in a formal setting, in a documented setting.
Thank you, Ben. Wen, do you have any thoughts on this matter?
Sure. Thank you very much for this question. I think it's a very important question, and I think from the national and submissions, and also submissions from other non-state actors earlier this year, we see that indeed there are some common threads. Many submissions address similar concerns and issues. And I think also there are, from all these submissions, we can also see there are some common elements that could probably be used to form the basis for further discussion, including affirming the applicability of international law. Many submissions indeed mentioned debris mitigation, but not only debris mitigation, and also restrictions on various forms of behaviors. From the ICRC's perspective, we're really happy that now in a few days in the first committee, these discussions will move forward, and a new draft resolution is in the making. So from our perspective, we indeed hope that this new body, possibly the open-ended working group, will ensure an open and inclusive process for exchanges of views between states, international organizations, and other stakeholders. And we hope that this new body will be ensured a broad mandate, so that issues such as how existing legal framework would apply in outer space, and also the in-depth discussion on the potential impacts, including humanitarian impacts of irresponsible behaviors in outer space. Because these issues, as we can see from today's discussion, and we can see from today's discussion, there are many issues that are, well, I think we need more time to discuss, and also to deliberate, so that states can eventually reach some common understanding. And but in any case, as I've already said a few times today, we believe that any future discussions must be structured in such a way that are consistent with and build on existing law. Thanks.
Thank you, Wen. And I'm going to jump in here. My organization, the Secure World Foundation, submitted as part of civil society our input to UNGA 75/36. And one of the points that I thought was really relevant for the discussion, and why I think it's so important to helping space security and stability, is that hopefully by having a discussion of threats and responsible behavior, it allows the international community to come to more of a consensus in terms of what the biggest threats are to space security and stability. It's very hard to solve a problem if you can't even agree on what the question is. And so perhaps having this conversation allows the community to refocus their thoughts and looking at a different approach to allow for some more productive conversations, to be honest, on this issue, as opposed to having the same discussions for decades now. I'd like to ask a question to the group about a statement I read recently by Todd Harrison with the Center for Strategic International Studies. He said he thinks we're currently in a space race, but he said, unlike the space race of the 1960s, the goal of this race is not a destination. The real objective of this race is to see who can build the broadest and strongest international coalition in space. In terms of that, we're talking prevention of arms race in outer space. is it important to have coalition building? Is it important to discuss technological concerns? Is it important to discuss responsible behavior? I'm curious to hear what you guys think about this statement about the arms race is more towards a coalition as opposed to a destination. Maybe you'll start with Ben on this one.
Yeah, I mean, first off, he's not wrong. That this is, I think that was a very important and a great observation that was well communicated in his testimony before the House Science Committee. It's one of those things that I think the intent in why states are trying to build these coalitions, whether that's through documented and established written commitments or through things like infrastructure development around the world that's related to space, building spaceports. I think the intent is incredibly important, and I think that's one of the things that if states can better communicate that, potentially the mistrust and the misperception would be, you can buy the risks down on those things, because it's important to understand why somebody is doing something. That way you know potentially how to respond, how your response is going to be considered. Those are very important things that if you're only able to interpret a state's actions through a fuzzy lens, or if you're unable to really pin it down, in your response is going to be equally, if not more, imprecise. The reason for coalition building might just be to benefit all states and to make sure that activities on the moon are safe. That's a very well-intentioned goal, and frankly, all states should be interested in making sure that activities on the moon are safe. The physics are different than here on Earth, and we have to take that into consideration when we're doing things and interacting with each other far into the future, potentially not that far into the future, but setting rules is a good idea now so that when we get there, it's not anarchy, frankly. To the extent that coalition building is potentially for other reasons, that might be something that people should be talking about and having frank conversations about why a state made decision X as opposed to making decision Y. How that supports their overall strategy is very important.
Thank you, Ben. Thoughts from the other panelists? Perhaps Hayoung, do you have thoughts on this issue?
Benjamin talked about intent. Intent is important. I think mentality is also very important. If you stick to the Cold War mentality, you pursue the hegemony, pursue absolute superiority, and that will not help for building mutual trust. And if you build the sense of security, at the cost of other countries' sense of security, that will not accepted and not sustainable. And I think one thing we propose is it's a kind of a security, it's a vision of security. We have proposed. It is the vision of a common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable global security. I think this kind of a mentality should replace, the Cold War mentality. I think that will help, address the current political dilemma. The political dilemma that someone pursues some hegemony, but that will exacerbate the trend of arms race. Thank you.
Thank you. Wen, do you have any thoughts on this issue?
Well, indeed, I think this question probably is beyond my depth, but I would like to probably just to divert my answers to a different track, but related, I hope. But well, indeed, we have also observed that many states are investing heavily in developing capabilities that could be used in outer space or counter outer space objects, and this is also, I think, coincide with the overall phenomenon that we have been seeing, that many states are investing also heavily in the development of weapons, means, and method of warfare that are relying on new and emerging technologies. So today we are talking about, in particular, cyber technologies, sensor systems, robotics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And even newer ones like quantum technology, etc. So these technologies are also being used to develop space capabilities, and well, these technologies may eventually change the way conflicts are conducted. I think there are many issues today that are interwoven and really require international community to look at these issues from a more holistic approach, in a more holistic approach, because, for example, the other discussions also would have a bearing on the discussions here. And today we see that most probably that a space object could be interfered or even disabled. That means temporarily make this space object dysfunctional, not through a kinetic means, but through a non-connected means. You can use laser weapons, you can use cyber attack. But the question is, how would you see these attacks? How would you see the attack? Well, if it is a non-kinetic attack, would it be considered as attack under international humanitarian law, for example? And how to assess the lawfulness of such actions? How do we see the foreseeable direct damage and harm to civilian objects, and how about the indirect harms? So I think these issues really require like more holistic approach and discussion, instead of put problems in the silos. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question. The international space community often talks about the prevention of arms race in outer space. Do you believe it is successfully working towards this goal? And if so, why? If not, why? And if not, what mechanisms are working and which could be improved upon? Haiyang, how about you start us off with this one?
I do think we are working towards the goal of Paris, but it's hard to say successfully. Since 1981, the UNGA passed the resolutions every year, emphasizing the importance and urgency of Paris and requesting the CD to negotiate a legally binding instrument on Paris. And the CD, the UNDC, and UNGA First Committee, Fourth Committees also conducted a lot of meaningful work. And they complement each other in serving the common goal of Paris. Through this discussion, international society has gathered political will and brought consensus on Paris. But unfortunately, there's one country, I say, is reluctant to see its space military capabilities being restricted and unwilling to join the process of space arms control. In 2019, this country blocked single-handedly the UNGGE on Paris to adopt an outcome document. I think to improve the relevant, mechanism, I think the first and the foremost thing is that all nations should exhibit political will to join the process of Paris. As a suggestion, we think we should start the work of the CD as soon as possible to negotiate a legally binding instrument on Paris. Before that, we could do some work. We can utilize the work of the UNGGE and continue discussion on technical issues like a scope, definition, verification of a legal binding instrument, a possible legal binding instrument, and we can establish a technical expert group under the CD as a subsidiary body, or establish a UN OEWG to discuss these issues, to create some to get prepared for the negotiation of negotiating a legal binding instrument on perils. Thank you.
Thank you. Wen, do you have any thoughts on this issue?
Thank you. I don't think the ICRC is in a position to really comment on the best venue to move forward the discussion. But as I said a few times here, we really appreciate that this discussion is now moving forward without prejudice to the avenue or the formality. We believe that again, when we look at how to further regulate or let's say minimize the threat to space systems, it is important to bear in mind that any new development of these rules, if it is going to be voluntary norms or principles or rules or voluntary norms, states' legal obligation should not be altered under. I mean, states' legal obligation under existing law should not be altered as a result of the development of voluntary norms. On the flip side, if it is the legally binding rules that are to be developed, they should not undermine the existing legal framework either. Thank you.
Thank you, Wen. Ben, do you have thoughts on this issue?
I have many thoughts on this issue. I hate to be the odd one out here, but I do believe that the prevention aspect of the Paros debate is probably a little past its expiration date. Based on some work that I did the last time I was in Geneva, we issued, UNIDIR published a paper that basically laid out 3 indicators of arms racing. And that it was, first, you have to have at least 2 states in a rivalrous or potentially even adversarial relationship. 2, the capabilities, the arms that they're building have to be at least in relation. It wouldn't make a ton of sense if I was building landmines and you were building fighter jets. That's not really an arms race at all. And the third part, which is the most difficult indicator to identify, is that there has to, this phenomenon has to be different than your normal status quo. And unfortunately, the states do have a general pattern of arms development that increases year over year. The arms race is a specific aspect of that where you would see a sharp increase. And to observe that, you have to usually use some proxy indicators like, have we seen an increase in testing recently? Have we seen doctrinal shifts that make it easier for states to apply these types of weapons in combat? Have we heard about a lot more R&D dollars going to it, to the extent that you can combine R&D dollars apples to apples? So I do think that the prevention aspect, we are probably outside the point at which we can prevent it. Unfortunately, I wish we could. The good news is that states are still interested in discussing the arms race, but I do think that there are better or more fruitful opportunities for talking about arresting the arms race. And that's just the arms race in general, based on existing geopolitical rivalries and geopolitical tensions between states on Earth. It's not necessarily strictly limited to space. Obviously, we've said this many, many times, and I'm sure it will be a common theme throughout the rest of the conference, that space systems are inextricably linked to almost everything we do on Earth, whether that is conventional warfighting, whether that's nuclear systems, whether that's just command and control of fill in the blank. It's very difficult to say that we can address an arms race in space without addressing things on Earth, whether that's attenuating the geopolitical rivalries or thinking about more distinct ways to address specific systems. But we've been using outdated paradigms for a long time in addressing and translating those paradigms in ways that don't really make sense to this entirely different domain in space, when perhaps those paradigms were better suited to focus on specific capabilities here on Earth. So if we can pivot, maybe the idea is not necessarily Paros, prevention of an arms race, but Pharos, focusing on arresting the arms race in space, or something like that. I mean, the acronym is the acronym it's going to be, but the conversation, I think, should be shifting more toward how can we slow it down, arrest it, and in doing that, can we also focus on making sure that the arms race, as it's just another form of international competition, doesn't turn into outright hostilities and war. It is certainly preferable to not have war. Whatever else may be on the left side of that, that's much better than war. So if we can focus on ways that don't lead to war and ways that move us further back from that ledge, if people want to call that prevention of an arms race in our space, that's fine with me. But I do think that we are past the point at which prevention is a viable option and a prudent way to use diplomatic capital and diplomatic resources.
Thank you, Ben. I understand that we have someone in the room that has a question. David Edmondson, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Victoria, and to the panelists. Really interesting stuff that we've got going on today at the conference, and really nice to see us getting into some of the harder elements here, because I think that's important. If we're going to have a space security conference, then we should be talking about why we're worried about space security. So you might have to translate this from an opinion into a question, although hopefully it'll lead us there. If you'll pardon me, just a thought or two, because I'm the author of 7536, and I thought, you know, those on the call and those on the panel would sort of like to respond to why we undertook the work in the first place. What's really interesting listening to some of the discussions today, throughout the day, has been this idea that Paros is just about big kinetic things that go bang, and the real dangers that somehow exist only because we can destroy something in outer space. And this is where the interesting parts about the PPWT and the threat of the use of force and so on become quite limiting, because it would not cover those weapons that exist and are being used at the moment below the threat or the threshold of absolute destruction of a satellite. And for most of us who are involved in arms control discussions more widely, the interesting part for us is how to deal with those activities that are very dangerous, detrimental and damaging to our systems, but don't actually constitute the use of force. So I'd like it, I think we'll come on to some of those discussions tomorrow, I think in a couple of panels in the morning. But it'd be really interesting to hear from the panelists whether they agree that the use of RF jamming against our satellite communications, which goes on right now, or lasing of satellites to prevent imaging of, say, missile silos to see if the hatches are open or closed, which is going on right now, is acceptable, or whether those activities would contribute to an arms race, and therefore whether those activities should be dealt with. And if you can't legislate for those, if you can't come up with a treaty, our view, as the authors of 7536, was that behaviours was a good approach and a way of trying to limit miscalculation and escalation against space systems, noting that most of the threats come from Earth and not deployed in space. So I thought here, let's take it back to basics, to the actual title of the discussion here, which is about threats and the growing threats and why they matter. And perhaps, Victoria, you could turn that into a question for me, please, as to if the panelists agree that the most dangerous thing going on right now is activity, sub-conflict, competition phase activity that could take us into miscalculation and escalation, and that responsible behaviours, we believe, has utility, and whether, you know, we should engage. Well, we will continue to promote the open-ended working group and the draft resolution, because we think it's useful. And we'd like to really move away from this old argument, this quite, in our view, tired argument that it's only about things that go bang in space that matter. Thank you.
A lot to unpack there. So I guess for the panelists who would like to take this on, perhaps Hae-Young, what are your thoughts about David's question?
About the responsible behavior, my general response is that we think the principle, the initiative on responsible space behavior is inclusive to bring the intention of internet society to space security and to focus on one side of the space threats and challenges. It's in this from this perspective, we think this useful, and we think it's meaningful to discuss responsible behavior because it's in nature. It's TCBM. It's one of the TCBMs, and it's conducive for the process of perils, and but it cannot replace the negotiation of arms control in space. The responsible, there's some, how say the weakness, or say inefficiency of the initiative for responsible space behavior, because it indicates the binary of distinction of responsible behavior and irresponsible behavior, and that's not a legal term, and cannot develop the legally binding instrument based on responsible behavior, no matter it is principles or norms or rules. As for the jamming, the activities of jamming, or say the laser attack, we think the PPWT can cover the concern. The PPWT has two main obligations. One is a prohibition of the placement of weapons in outer space, and the other is the threat of a use of force against the space objects. It depends on how you define the use of force. I think if we can managing the definition of use of force, we can address the concern on the jamming and laser attack, I think in a more comprehensive way. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that raises a very interesting question, perhaps to be more directed towards Wen. How would you define use of force?
Thanks, Victoria, for directing the question to me. I would like to stress that indeed there's often confusion between the notion of armed attack under Article 51 of the UN Charter and the notion of attack under international humanitarian law. So I'm saying I want to stress that these two terms are not the same, and for the purpose of IHL, attack is defined as acts of violence against the adversary, whether in defense or in offense. So I think indeed we have seen this sort of confusion, and also from the ongoing discussions in other relative subject matters in arms control, in particular in cyber warfare. I think I have mentioned that, for example, it is very clear that a kinetic operation against a space object would constitute an attack under IHL, but as has been discussed here, the use of direct energy weapons or a cyber attack against, say, military satellite or a dual-use satellite, that probably would not physically destroy the satellite, but still would make this space object disabled or at least temporarily dysfunctional. So in the ICRC's view, if such kinetic operations take place, that would also constitute attack under IHL. But we clearly have seen that from the ongoing discussion in cyber warfare, for example, there is no consensus yet on this issue. So the question of if operation that would lead to a loss of functionality of an object or a system without physically damaging it, yeah, so would that constitute an attack under IHL? That's a question. So I think these issues probably would have its weight in the future discussions in different fora, and probably this also really need a more focused discussion so that we can also see clearly how to regulate issues that would be clearly below all this threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, Wen. Interesting question that came in through the Q&A. How will different parties work towards determining the intent of other parties, particularly since we're talking about behavior or even just technological development? Perhaps, Ben, you could start us off with that one.
Sorry, connection issue. The question is, how would different states determine intent?
Yes, how can you determine the intent?
Sorry, I was trying to find it in the Q&A. It's difficult, and it comes down to trust. Do you trust what somebody else is saying that they are intending to do, even when you observe it and are made uncomfortable by the results of that action? I think that a lot of it is getting a better handle on what signaling means to different states and what signals are acceptable and unacceptable. And if you can determine that, or if you can at least get a better handle on it, maybe get it a little bit crisper around the edges, you can have a better time signaling your intent to somebody else and have that intent be well received and trusted. It is difficult though. I mean, there's a lot of everybody sighs when you say transparency and confidence building measures, because those are very fuzzy and uncomfortable. But at the same time, that's what it comes down to. It comes down to discussing and having open discussions of, there was an ambiguous thing that just happened in space. Can you please explain? And if we get to the point where that explanation is accepted and trusted and the intent of it is well communicated, it sort of reinforces it. It is a reinforcing aspect of having these types of discussions in the future, and whether that's setting up specific space-related communications channels, whether that's engaging in multinational discussions on related topics, not necessarily that specific capability, but things like the IADC, the Interagency Debris Committee. Those types of discussions and those types of forums bring states together in ways that they otherwise may not engage, and sets the table, at least. Maybe it doesn't enforce these types of conversations, but it sets the table for it to happen. The longer you engage in those conversations, I would hope the more trust is built, especially in the scientific community, and hopefully that's cross-pollinated into the security community. And based on that chain, I'm under no impressions that this is a fast-moving way to do this. But I'm not sure that there's a better way, a more efficient way. I wish there was, again. But to be able to have better communications between states, and to be able to say, we thought that was something else, could you please not do it again? It made us very uncomfortable. And to say, oh, we did not intend for that to make anybody uncomfortable. That was just a normal test. That would be a really great way to set up communications, or at least better signaling of intent.
Thank you, Ben. Haiyan, what are your thoughts about how parties can demonstrate intent to each other?
Thank you. I think the first thing come to my mind is communication. I think communication is very important to judge the intent of other countries, especially when it comes to space activity. Without communication, we can only judge from the declaration or the strategy doctrine of that country, published. I think some TCPM measures like communication or some commitment, some declaration of commitment to things like no first placement, things like that will help judge the intent. I hope that can answer this question. Thank you.
You did. Wen, do you have thoughts about the idea of demonstrating intent?
Thank you for this question. I think indeed I agree with the other two panelists. It is very difficult to ascertain intent, and indeed, given the scale of the outer space capability development, in any misunderstanding or miscalculation would probably result in catastrophic consequences, in particular for civilians. In the meantime, from a legal perspective, that's why I agree that it's very important that states build trust and find solutions to avoid any misunderstanding or miscalculation in this respect. But from legally speaking point of view, I would say that the reason why it is very important is, as we know, Geneva Conventions apply to all types of armed conflict, and in this common Article 2, it says it applies to all cases of declared war or any other armed conflict which may arise between one or two or more states. So here does not, declaration of war is already, let's say, obsolete concept. States stopped doing that since quite some years. In the meantime, it is indeed that there should be a belligerent intent, as we call it. So if it's let's say if in a normal circumstances on land or at sea, if there is a mistake to be made, then this can be addressed and to be clarified, say that there is no belligerent intent, so armed conflict can be avoided. However, the intent is so difficult to ascertain. So what we really look at is what is happening on the not on the ground, in outer space or on the battlefield, so to speak. So it is really look at what is happening and if there is a continuance of such behaviors. So I think that is why it is very important to avoid any misunderstanding between states. Thank you.
Thank you, Wen. I think we have time for one last question. I'd like to know the panelists' thoughts if there are any meaningful ways to engage on and potentially limit non-kinetic counterspace capabilities, both cyber and electronic warfare. Maybe, Ben, we could start with you.
Yeah, and I think this goes back to the earlier question posed by the gentleman about Paros focusing on, or our discussion of Paros focusing on specifically kinetic things and things that go boom. The one aspect that I would like to point out is that those tend to be the most observable types of capabilities. I'm not saying that the lasing and the GPS spoofing or RF blocking isn't observable, but it is very verifiable that somebody has just blown up your satellite. That's pretty difficult to hide. So it is very important. Obviously, it's important to address these non-kinetic factors. It is equally damaging to, I mean, if your intent is to disable someone's ability to observe your somethings, whatever that may be, you can either lase the optical factors on those satellites, and if you do it in such a broad way and address so many aspects of that satellite system, that's about as good as using a kinetic tool to force those satellites to stop working in any way. It doesn't really matter. The end result is that the satellites don't work anymore. One just created a bunch of debris, one did something else. So it's hugely important. And I really hope that the conversation that we just had doesn't convince anybody that we've lost sight of the importance of these things like directed energy, like cyber. It's really truly just in my opinion, that the kinetic aspects are so obvious and so easily observed that we really can make potentially more immediate headway on those, and then build enough goodwill and trust to focus on things that are a little bit harder to define or declare, or to, sometimes people don't even like saying and admitting that their satellites have been interfered with successfully, whether that's through a cyber attack or a directed energy or a ground-based laser, because that admits that your system doesn't work, and that's not the case. If something were to be interfered with a kinetic interceptor, you can't really hide that. So to be sure, they are very important. I really do hope that the conversation hasn't left anybody with a sour taste, knowing that we do take those seriously, and we're very much looking forward to addressing them. It's just that KE stuff, kinetic energy things, happen to be probably, in my opinion, the most obvious starting points.
Thank you, Ben. Wen, what are your thoughts about ways to engage and potentially limit non-kinetic counter space capabilities in the minute we have left?
Right. I think I've already addressed this issue when I answered previous questions, but I just wanted to also emphasize one thing that I think I haven't said yet, because I keep bringing about IHL, but I wanted to put it on the record that the acknowledging IHL applies is when this misunderstanding or miscalculation happens, and that's important, because IHL provides this framework to provide protection for civilians and other protected persons. So this is not to justify in any way the use of force in outer space. This is not our intent here. So in connection with that, I already said, well, it is possible that the non-connected attacks on space objects may constitute attack under IHL. And in these cases, when assessing the lawfulness of these attacks, we really have to consider all the foreseeable direct, but also indirect incidental harm and damage to civilian objects. This is the something that really needs to be taken into account when armed forces conduct this proportionality test. And this is in particular important because many space objects are dual-use objects. So you have to look at not only the civilian function of these dual-use objects, but also the reverberating effects of attacking such dual-use objects on the civilian life and the essential civilian services on Earth. So the same calculation has to go to the risk calculation of behaviors that would create space debris. Thank you.
Thank you. Hayoung, you have the last thoughts on this matter, or any other last thoughts you'd like to share with the group?
Thank you. I think this question is kind of hard for me. It's beyond my expertise, knowledge. I think it's hard to observe the damage or effects of the non-kinetic attack against space assets, because the effects may be not observed in time, because of technical reason, or the effect is revertible. I think as this issue is complex, so we need to establish a technical group, or say a UNGGE, to further discuss this issue. I think that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've actually gone over. This is such a fascinating discussion. Please join me in thanking the panelists for their really thoughtful insights, and look forward to continuing the conversation. We'll be taking a break for about 30 minutes. Panel 3, the dual-use nature of space assets and the potential impacts on outer space security, is coming up in 30 minutes. We look forward to everyone returning and continuing the conversation the rest of the day and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
David, Dimitri, and Laura, do you want to test your microphone and your video settings right now?
Yeah, let's do it. How's it? How does it sound? How does it view?
This is David Koplow, and I'm checking to see whether you can see me and hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and see you perfectly. Dimitri and Laura, we can see you perfectly. Can you test your microphone right now, please?
Hi, good morning. Can you see me or hear me?
Yes, Laura, we can both see you and hear you. It's perfect.
Great.
Yeah.
Will we
do
be
you hear
able
me?
to see each? I'm sorry, Dimitri.
The answer to your question is yes. You will be able to see each other, and it's just when I stop sharing my screen when the session starts again.
Okay, perfect.
And Dimitri, we can see you and hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Fantastic.
If I could invite you to begin to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. We're about to begin on what will be the last panel of today. I'd like to once again remind you that due to COVID-19, we kindly request that you wear face masks. Please maintain physical distance and follow hand hygiene measures. Also, if anybody does develop cold or flu-like symptoms while on the premises, please do get in touch or let us know if you require assistance. The next panel is going to focus on the dual-use nature of space assets and their potential impacts on outer space security. And to moderate that panel, it will be led by Almudena, who has been the Master of Ceremony throughout the day. And in terms of speakers, we have David Koplow, then we also have Dimitri Stefanovic and Laura Grego, who I believe Almudena will introduce in more depth. With that, though, I shall hand over the floor to you, Almudena. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Jamie. So I am very excited to be presenting this last panel for the day on dual-use space objects and their potential impact on outer space security. For this panel, we are going to have 3 panelists joining us virtually, as Jamie said. The first of the panelists that we have today is David Koplow. He is a professor at Georgetown University Law Center, and he teaches and writes in the areas of national security law, international law, and he was actually a professor of mine when I was studying at Georgetown, so I'm very pleased to be welcoming him today. He has previously served in the US government at the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, the Department of Defense, and NASA. The second speaker that we have joining us today is Dimitri Stefanovic. He is a research fellow at the Primakov National Research Institute of World Economy and International Relations for the Russian Academy of Sciences. He graduated with honors from the Institute of International Relations at the Moscow Engineering Physics Institute, and he is the author of numerous publications for journals and media. He has participated in several projects and publications, including CIPRI and UNIDIR, and his research interests are strategic weapons, long-range precision weapons, disruptive technologies, and their impact on international security and strategic stability, as well as arms control and regional security. Last but not least, we have joining us today Dr. Laura Grego. She is a Stanton Nuclear Security Fellow at MIT's Laboratory for Nuclear Security and Policy. She's currently on leave from the Union of Concerned Scientists Global Security Program, where she is a senior scientist and research director. She is a physicist by training, and she works in the intersection of science and policy on the topics of nuclear weapons, missile defense, and space security. And she has authored several papers on topics ranging from cosmology to nuclear security issues, and has testified before the US Congress and the United Nations. She earned her PhD in experimental physics from the California Institute of Technology. So I am very excited to be welcoming all of these excellent panelists today to talk about dual-use capabilities. As we have done in the previous sessions, we are going to open the floor to each of the panelists for them to provide some introductory remarks on the role of, or the nature of dual-use space objects, and the impact that they can have on space security. So without further ado, perhaps I could give the floor to Laura Grego.
Hi, thank you so much for the invitation. Could I just make sure that you can hear me okay? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
Great. Wonderful.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much for the invitation, and of course, thank you all. Thank you to UNIDIR and Almudena, and thank you all for assembling to talk and think about this very important topic. Of course, I appreciate being asked to speak in this context because you are charged with creating good agreements to reduce the dangers associated with military uses of space. And I'm very interested in this, the focus of this panel, because I do believe that dual-use technologies is where a good amount of our attention should be paid. But I think when I was thinking about what to say in my brief remarks, I thought it might be useful to describe what I think dual-use technology isn't, which might help circumscribe the problem as I see it. The vast majority of the nearly 4,100 satellites currently in space are absolutely unsuited to being weapons of any kind. They are rather fragile, expensive systems with limited ability to maneuver, generally just enough to keep on station. While they can move, they don't have the capability of approaching another satellite closely, and certainly not stealthily. They could not be deorbited to land on a specific ground target. So the idea that any satellite could be used as a weapon should very much be put to rest. Satellites, on the other hand, that are designed to be weapons, either targeting other satellites or targeting the ground, will be designed quite differently and very specifically to that purpose. For example, a space-based laser would need a large mirror and a large power source. It would be fairly easily identified by external observations, what it looked like or its behavior. It would need to be tested. It's not the kind of system you could count on to work the first time. Similarly, a satellite that's meant to deliver mass to large distances in the form of an interceptor, for example, will not look anything like a communications satellite. It'd be very difficult to disguise, in my opinion. Other weapons might be identified by their behavior, for example, space mines, which might be small satellites that trail their target and which would be set to detonate at a particular time, could be identified by behavior. Therefore, when you're talking about arms control in space, for example, the idea that you cannot define what you need to talk about, I think, is very much overstated. I think you can go quite a long way looking at the technology. Most satellites, again, are not usable as weapons, and most dedicated weapons will look very specific in construction or behavior. So the exception here are the technologies that are dual use or could be disguised as something else. The most prominent examples, of course, are highly maneuverable satellites that can closely approach other satellites, sometimes called proximity operation satellites. This technology, of course, is useful for many benign purposes and beneficial purposes, such as the refueling and repair, sometime in the future. Assembling large structures in space, active debris removal. They can also be capable of being less benign, but entirely passive activities, such as intelligence gathering and signals interception. The most aggressive use of this technology would be come close to and interfere with the satellite and damage or destroy it. So in this case, the enabling technology is the ability to rendezvous with a satellite without that satellite's cooperation, even if it's perhaps actively avoiding a rendezvous. But the problem is the behavior using that technology, but not the technology itself. So then it's a problem of situational awareness, the ability to track satellites' positions and where they are maneuvering to. It seems that, so if it's a situational awareness issue, that's something that is fairly well solvable. Although currently situational awareness in space is not uniformly distributed. Some countries can do it much better than others. But in that sense, I think once that problem is solved, you can, in a sense, approach this problem in a way that you know that actions can be attributed if there's an agreed set of principles, such as an appropriate standoff distance, that could mitigate a lot of the danger. The risk I see is the risk of misperception and mistake. While there's a modest amount of this ability to see what's happening in space, you really do need to be able to have situational awareness more widely, and you also need to have robust communication channels to say, this is a behavior I see that's problematic. Could you explain it, or could you back off? While we might have physical awareness of what's happening in space, we don't always understand each other's intentions and motivations, and that is certainly an issue to be solved. I have other areas of dual-use technologies that I think will deserve attention that will primarily be proposed defensive systems, either on orbiting satellite bodyguards and long-range ballistic missile defenses, both of which will have some capability as offensive systems. So that's a different kind of technology. They're weapons, but they're described and developed as defensive weapons. I know that dual-use technologies have been regulated in many areas before, and we have some experience with how to do this. I'm not an expert in that, but certainly there are frameworks. The Chemical Weapons Convention has separated substances into 3 groups in not such a dissimilar way as I'm describing. Some substances have little or no legitimate use besides chemical warfare. Some have small scale use that's legitimate, but most of it is not. And others have very important non-weapons use, and they're regulated in different ways. So those are some basic remarks, sort of a basic framework about the way I'm thinking about it. I would be happy to have a robust discussion about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura, for your remarks. Perhaps if we could move on to Dimitri.
Yeah. Hello. You hear me well, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. I'm very happy to be here. And first things first, I have to admit that a lot of topics have already been covered during the previous sessions, and I was very much impressed with the quality of the discussions that have been here so far. Still, I'd like to contribute to the debate with more thoughts, and will do my best to focus on the challenge of the dual-use nature of space assets. However, I will address also not only the space assets per se, like things that are deployed to space, but also things that are related to space. Well, first things first, dual use is inherent. It is the quality that was in place since the dawn of the space era. Basically, with development of space launch vehicles was closely connected with the development of ballistic missiles. Today, for example, space assets that are developed in order to have a capability to monitor some types of natural catastrophes, and this definitely needs capability to, stay on target as long as possible. Same capabilities can be used to monitor the theaters of war and provide targeting, provide ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Satellites that can be used for civilian communications can also be repurposed for battle management communications. And even within the military domain, there are different levels of dual capabilities. And I think it is also something that we should remember. For example, some satellites designed for early warning can be also used for communications. Two weapons designed for missile defense, for ABM, can be used for anti-satellite missions. As mentioned, intelligence gathering satellites can also probably be repurposed for targeting. Inspector satellites can be turned into space torpedoes, as our American colleagues sometimes say. And even some radar imaging satellites and communication satellites can be repurposed for electronic warfare. Another example of such dual capability is the development of light, easy reusable launchers that can, of course, be used for purely civilian purposes. But if we speak about military domain, the original intended mission would be the swift replenishment, restoration of constellations of satellites of different types, but they also can be used to swiftly deploy ASAT capabilities, I mean co-orbital ASAT capabilities. If we speak about deployment of assets to space, to orbits, there is a notion of so-called precision deployment of assets to space, like existing or future space planes, rocket planes, and space tugs, and of course none of those should be crewed. I'm confident that it is impossible to agree to limit capabilities of space launch vehicles, limit the power of radars or communications satellites, or to cancel all rendezvous and proximity operations, because all of those have purely civilian purposes, and it's hard to make a point that we should deprive this or that nation, this or that actor of such capabilities. However, these limits can be enforced or at least agreed on not by the capabilities, but with regard to their behavior. Of course, even without actual destructive acts, both kinetic and non-kinetic, a lot of types of interference can have enormous impact, but such interference can be limited as well. We can and we should agree on which real actions should be a no-go. We basically need to address not the hardware and also not the software, but the principles on how these capabilities are actually used. Probably one of the ways to look at this challenge is to try to discuss the red lines. There are obvious disadvantages to such approach, because definitely if we have a red line, then some actors may get the perception that anything below this red line is the thing they can do, can actually achieve something by remaining under the red line. So there might be some different agreed lists of actions that are considered for this or that type of retaliation. Of course, like some things like actual destruction of a space asset will be considered a precondition for actual military response. Other types of actions like temporary jamming or dazzling or so-called dangerous maneuvers which do not lead to actual collisions, these have to lead to some type of formal consultations to agree on what had happened. And also some joint efforts in space situation awareness can and should contribute to the success of such formal consultations. And of course, there should be like a final list of actions in space that can actually lead to nuclear use. Obviously, these will have something to do with damaging early warning or nuclear command control communications capabilities. Finally, the gravest of concerns is the deployment of actual strike capabilities in space, both in terms of space-to-space or space-to-surface missions. A discussion on what actually constitutes a space-based weapon, such discussion can be continued indefinitely. And I believe in this case, one way to look at this issue is again like behavior-based. Lastly, not everything can be simulated. And if this or that system in outer space might be considered basically a weapon, unless it is tested as such, it is not such a big issue. Because, well, I might be too optimistic, but I have serious doubts that any military official will be ready to use any capability that will obviously have huge consequences, both for its success or its failure. So he will be reluctant to use this capability unless it was properly tested. My final point would be that, as with some other areas, we definitely can have a politically or even illegally binding regime without agreeing on strict definitions. The only thing that we need is the political will of relevant actors to engage in the proper discussions. And with that, I'll stop, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dimitri. A lot of interesting points there. But before I ask you questions about the issues that you both you and Laura raised, if I could please invite David to take the floor.
Thank you. And let me begin by congratulating the organizers for assembling a terrific series of presentations on this very timely and complicated and important set of issues. Almu and UNIDIR and the sponsors, thank you for including me in this very challenging set of topics. And there is nothing more complicated and more urgent to address than dual use or dual capable systems. And for my purposes today, I want to dive into one specialized legal aspect of the question that, in my view, has not received the degree of attention that it really deserves, and that's the effect of dual use, dual capable systems during a time of armed conflict. And for this purpose, I want to use a broad definition of dual use to include satellites that are used simultaneously or interchangeably, sequentially, for military and civilian purposes, including remote sensing and communications, and not just the possibility that an ostensibly civilian satellite could be used to maneuvered in an anti-satellite weapons mode. Frankly, I consider that scenario pretty remote for the reasons that Laura has amply demonstrated. But the possibility of the reality that satellites can serve both civilian and military customers on a continuing basis is an important one for international law. And the focus for my remarks is the observation that during a time of armed conflict, the law does not recognize a category called dual use. During armed conflict, everything is either a military objective or a civilian object. And there's no intermediate or mixed category. If a satellite serves a military function, if it becomes a military objective, then it is subject to targeting. If it remains entirely civilian in its nature, location, purpose, and use, then it cannot be targeted, cannot be lawfully targeted by the opposing military during a time of armed conflict. So you've got either military objectives or civilian objects, and a dual use satellite, something that serves intermittently or sequentially both military and civilian customers for communications or remote sensing or any of the other functions of satellites, it becomes a military objective subject to attack. Now, some satellite owners and operators are willing to tolerate that degree of risk. Either they figure that the chances of war in space breaking out are low, or the chances of their satellite being targeted are low. But others might prefer not to be so closely married to military operations that they become vulnerable to an attack during a time of armed conflict. And my particular focus on dual use satellites takes the analysis one step earlier, so that it's not just in armed conflict, but in anticipation of armed conflict. One of the fundamental rules of armed conflict is discrimination or distinction, that a military force can target its attacks only against military objectives and not against civilian personnel or objects or others who are protected under the law of armed conflict. And a corollary to that rule of distinction or discrimination is a requirement that a military must separate itself to the extent feasible from civilians for the purpose of trying to mitigate the harm that armed conflict will inevitably impose upon civilians and civilian objects, and to permit the adversary to carry out its duty to fight honorably, to fight lawfully, by directing their attacks only against our military and military objects. If the military and the civilian forces are too intertwined, if they cannot be separated, then the opposing military cannot effectively target only military objects. And therefore, the law requires, to the extent feasible, that a military remove itself from civilians or remove civilians from the military, from the scene of the military activity. And that's a small but well-known, well-worked out principle of military operations that requires the military to separate itself to the extent feasible from civilian objects. And in terrestrial or Navy air battles, that's traditionally done. The military is obligated to avoid intertwining itself with civilians and civilian objects. In space, however, it has been the consistent policy of the United States and others to avoid that obligation. The official policy of the United States is to rely upon civilian space assets for the performance of military and intelligence community functions, deliberately intertwining military functions into civilian spacecraft. And that violation of the law of armed conflict, some refer to this as a principle of passive precautions. I think of it really as a function, a reverse side of the principle of distinction. The violation of that principle of distinction makes it practically impossible for the adversary to target only the military assets, and I think runs contrary to the general function of the law of armed conflict, which is to try to limit armed conflicts, to try to spare civilians the worst effects of armed conflict in any domain. And therefore, my argument is that it's a mistake and an illegal act for the United States and others to insinuate military activities into civilian spacecraft, to try to intertwine military and intelligence community functions with civilian spacecraft, and that it's both unwise and illegal to violate the principles of discrimination or distinction in that way. So that's one special aspect of the problem of dual-use satellites, that such category does not exist during a time of armed conflict. And in anticipation of armed conflict, there ought to be much more attention paid to segregating civilian and military assets the way we do on land, sea, and air is the rule that we ought to follow in space as well. I'll leave it for there and look forward to further discussion.
Thank you so much, David, for that very special and not very well-known perspective of dual-use space objects. One thing that I noticed that all of the speakers mentioned is some form of definition of what dual use is. Even if it was to say that a definition is not needed, Laura referred to certain examples, like for example RPOs. She classified them as dual use. Dimitri was referring more to satellites that could carry out military and civilian functions, and then David was talking about a different definition, which would be the IHL definition, even if it was to say that IHL doesn't really consider dual use to be a thing in armed conflict. There was also a reference to dual use in other domains like chemical. I would even add an additional domain, which is that of export control, and all of these definitions are very different. And so one thing that caught my attention was a comment by Dimitri. He said that we could perhaps agree on a politically binding or a legally binding mechanism without having to define what dual-use objects are. But we have all of these different ideas of what dual-use objects are, and even I would point to the submissions to the Secretary General report of Resolution 7536. Several states refer to dual-use objects in these submissions, and when they use this word, they actually mean different things. So my question to all of the panelists is, do you think this could potentially become an issue in the future? Perhaps it is not one now, as Dimitri points out, but do you think it could become one in the future as we try to agree on norms or on binding agreements or just any sort of regulation of these types of objects? Perhaps, Dimitri, you would like to go first?
Oh, thanks. I'll try to be brief. I agree that it's always better to have a definition than not to have one. So my main point is that at the same time it should not be a thing that prevents us from going further in our discussions and deliberations. And speaking about what is actually a dual use, the problem is that in many other domains of disarmament, non-proliferation, arms control discussions, there is this challenge. Like we have this problem of dual capable weapons that can be either nuclear or non-nuclear. We have this issue of dual use goods that should fall under export controls or should not fall under export controls. I'm not sure that we can find a way to define this word, this notion that will suit everyone. As was just recently said during by the previous speaker, by David, that we need to. There is no problem of dual-use systems at wartime, but at the same and basically, if there is a civilian system that starts to engage in military activities, it immediately becomes a military one. That's the way I see it. And yes, that's it. But then there is always some actions that are trying to be concealed or for a good reason, because if there is a military conflict, then everyone tries to gain as much advantage as possible. Then there is this notion, at least being discussed in the media, that, for example, our American colleagues are looking forward towards the so-called space reserve civilian fleet, like these reserve aircraft capabilities that already exist. What to do with these kind of things? Then there is this active, as I've mentioned, the active work on some prompt capabilities to launch small satellites into space. If this will we consider these launchers immediately military launchers in case of conflict, and so they will become more or less legitimate target for adversary, or as long as there is no definite data what is the type of payloads they are launching into space, they will remain civilian and protected by international humanitarian law. All these concerns are real, because that's basically the world we live in. So I think we will live with this problem of dual capabilities, dual capable systems and dual use systems for a long time, but this doesn't mean that we should not try to find solutions to address those. One of the ways to do it is simply to enforce strict rules of communication between the actors, that you will have to explain, you will have to be clear about the actual missions of these or that systems. Again, I might be too optimistic, and we're still far from such a scenario, but otherwise we will eventually reach a situation of total chaos, because we have so many space sectors today. That I'll stop, and I'm looking forward to hear what my co-panelists will have to say.
Thank you for that, Dimitri. And if I may just say, At UNIDIR, we recently held a workshop with industry actors, and one of the issues that was raised was precisely this need for increased communication. So it makes me happy that there is consensus with industry there. If we could move on to David now.
Thank you, and I'll begin by saying that I'm a big fan of definitions in treaties or other legally operative instruments. It does seem to me that that's the way to pursue clarity and consistency in the application of the restraints. And the contrast here over time is quite dramatic. If you look at some of the early arms control treaties, and here I'm thinking about the Biological Weapons Convention, the Outer Space Treaty from 1967, the Limited Test Ban Treaty, those documents reflecting the drafting style of their times were brief and did not include definitions of the key terms. And that may have sufficed in the 1960s and the 1970s, but in implementation, there have been numerous controversies or uncertainties about the exact scope of those treaties. What were their parameters? What did they actually try to address? And subsequent treaties, the SALT I agreement, the START I agreement, and the treaties on peaceful nuclear explosions are much longer, much more elaborate. Laura mentioned the Chemical Weapons Treaty, which is 200 pages long, and all of those include numerous definitions to try to provide more specificity as to exactly what we mean. Now, to some extent, that is an exercise in futility, because every definition includes words that need their own definitions. And there could be an infinite regress in trying to be specific about what we actually mean when we're addressing these technical or political terms. Still, I think it is an advance to try to push the dialogue one step further and to try to provide at least somewhat greater clarity by including in any restriction on anti-satellite weapons or dual-use spacecraft some definitions of what we mean. And for my purposes, I would recommend that the key to an effective definition is the verbs, not the nouns. That is, try to restrict what countries would do in space, what their activities would be, what the satellite's functions could be, rather than trying to define what is an anti-satellite weapon. Try to define what are unacceptable behaviors. There's plenty of ambiguity in that as well, but it does seem to me that in general, when we talk about dual use capabilities, the restrictions should be premised on definitions about the activities, the verbs that are used in the agreement. Thanks.
Thank you, David. And I have to say, I agree, as a lawyer and a researcher myself, I am a big fan of definitions. Laura, perhaps we can hear from you now.
Well, thanks. I'm following a lot of good discussion, not that much left to say. I guess coming from a technical perspective, what I think the phrase dual use capabilities does is draws our attention and helps us figure out how much attention to put where. And I agree with David that for dual use capabilities, however we're going to define them, that focus on behaviors or verbs, as he said, is certainly a fruitful approach. It also helps us, as I mentioned in my initial remarks, sort of define what isn't dual use. I mean, because there are certainly, I think, as he said, precedents for negotiated agreements that have long, detailed descriptions of the technologies that they're talking about. And if the international community sees that certain types of technologies really are going to be problematic from a peacekeeping perspective, then certainly we would spend the time on long extended definitions. But but of course, it does depend on what problem you're trying to solve. In David's remarks, he said one of them is to have appropriate targeting from an IHL perspective. And how do you do that? And that would be a definition. And even, he said there is no existence of a dual use system in IHL. At some point, is it 10% of military capability goes through the satellite and it's 90% commercial? What character does that object have? How do you know what that is? Who decides what that limit is? Is it every country's military codes decide that for themselves? Is there a shared agreement? Again, when you're talking about threatening objects in space, that's again where definition might be helpful. When you have a dual use system, what is threatening behavior, and a shared sense of what that is. Again, I think the definitions is again in the behavior, what signals threatening behavior, and that gets you, fairly far. And again, I would also, again, looking at when you're talking about what our weapons, that almost certainly you'll need to restrict some types of technology, because you could have, if you don't do that, you end up with threatening technologies that are ready to be used but haven't yet been used, and they're not being restrained in any way. So, again, in my head, I think of those three categories as actually a pretty good guide to what your attention needs to be. Satellites that are purely civilian, have very little military or strategic use. That's most of them most likely, and some stuff are extremely threatening. And then we do want to spend a lot of our attention in the places, that gray space in between.
Thank you so much, Laura. So it seems that we actually have a question from someone in the audience here in Geneva. Pavel, if you'd like to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Pavel Podek from UNIDIR. Just to follow on this discussion, I generally agree that it's about behaviors, and that you could see whether a system is being positioned or designed or deployed to have a military function, military purpose. I think Laura mentioned the space mines, for example. That should be relatively easy to determine. However, another point that I think Laura made was that the space situational awareness capabilities are very unevenly distributed. So there are, to see what is going on, what other people do in space, you need to have ways of seeing that. You need to have assets, radars, satellites, that are not, it's not a trivial technology, and it's only a few countries actually have that. So it's a question to all panelists, sort of, yes, if we agree that we want to see the behavior, how do we see that? What's do you have some ideas about how to make sure that we have a common ground here and the disputes could be resolved in a peaceful way? Thank you.
Laura, would you like to take that one first?
Well, it's a great question, Pavel, of course. This is a compliance and verification question, which we have some experience with not just bilateral, but lots of experience with bilateral treaties. Some experience with international treaties that have comprehensive verification mechanisms. For example, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty has a big technical component to it, not yet into force, but a very mature technical component that has, pretty satisfactorily created a mechanism for gathering data that are trusted and communicated. So there is, a precedent for that. And I agree with you, that is a challenge because, of course, the United States has the vast majority of space surveillance assets, and certainly commercial satellite operators have their own, and other countries also have mature systems, but it's really uneven. If there, there are proposals in the civil sector for fusing those data in a way that creates fidelity and trust, sort of a trusted source of information, so that if one country is challenging another, saying that you're trailing me and you really need to leave out, and that country cannot say, yeah, well, I don't think that's happening, prove it. In some sense, there would be a trusted actor. I would note that, sometimes this does, you can't count on this happening in every instance, but, there are ground-based observers who are pretty skilled, and they have, they watch, at least in low Earth orbits, what is happening pretty closely. And sometimes they draw attention to problematic behavior, which countries maybe would rather not be discussing in public, but they end up bringing that to public conversation. So there are sort of external checks, not official checks, to such a system. But in the short term, I could imagine, just when I have been thinking about it, it's not a mature idea, but if you have a certain set of very important satellites that you think, which I think you're not going to systematically survey 4,100 satellites 24/7 and find out what's happening in the environment of each of them. That's just too big of a job. But if there's a small subset of those, which are satellites, which could create a strategic issue if interfered with, you can imagine that might be a simpler effort. And each country would be surveying their own specific important satellites and, challenge, if they see challenging behavior, report it to this monitoring body, and you might imagine they form a judgment. It seems like a long, like a hard task given the way things work now, but you make a plan and you start moving it forward. You can imagine technical solutions to them if you have the political will. I guess I'm going to echo what Dimitri said. There are technical solutions when you have the political will.
Thank you for that, Laura. Dimitri, would you like to follow up?
Yeah, thanks. I think there are two ways to address this challenge. One was Laura greatly explained this idea that there might be some external way to monitor things in space, and I totally agree that the best way to do it is not monitor all objects in space, but define the spacecraft that are of major concern. This is a great idea, I think, and this is probably where actually the scientific community, the researchers, the experts can come up with first list of such spacecraft that we as scholars consider the most important, and the interference with operations of these spacecraft might lead to great deterioration of international security. So I really like this idea. But if we speak about a broader issue of monitoring of space situation awareness, by which we mean awareness about everything that's going on in space, there might be, say, if we go through the commercial and public and open source way of doing this kind of stuff, we might run into the same challenge as with actually using the Earth's imaging from satellites, which has some limits due to some constraints due to national legislations. I think same hurdle will appear with regard to monitoring spacecraft, because in the end, the commercial providers of commercial images, as well as providers of space data, they will be constrained by a law of this or that nation for the operations on the Earth's surface. However, there were and there are some ideas about some types of joint data exchange centers on the national level between different countries. Unfortunately, they are yet to surface in a meaningful way, but given the existing capabilities in the US, in Russia, in China and India even, and other places, I think, and the possibility to establish these monitoring centers in virtual format, I think there is some room for work in this direction. Moreover, if we speak about a truly international effort, I'm absolutely sure that we can establish actually like some type of a physical space monitoring center with radars and things like that on some neutral or more or less neutral territory. And why I think it is possible is because, well, at least Russia is quite open to exporting the space purpose radars. There is one in China, and there are being developed or designed for other countries. So I think there are sources of the technology that can be repurposed for international use to provide more or less independent assessment of what is going on in space. Yeah, with that, I'll stop. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Before giving the floor to David, I'd like to remind the people in the room that if you have a question, you can put your placard, you can stand it up like this so that we will see you. And for the people online, please do not hesitate to type your questions in the Q&A box that you have on WebEx. David, over to you.
Thank you. And the point I would emphasize is the irony that even space situational awareness or space domain awareness, even that is a dual use capability. We want to think of it as a confidence building measure because it enhances everyone's ability to know what's going on in space, to understand threats, to discern when something goes wrong with a spacecraft, have a better ability to know whether that's a natural accident or an internal malfunction or a hostile act or something else. And that's a benign application. But space situational awareness is also very useful in an offensive military action. It's a key component of targeting is to know where the target is and what its status is. And after an attack, the post-strike battle damage assessment capability, the reconnaissance done to determine the effectiveness of the strike. All of that is a completely military and hostile use of space situational awareness. So this tool is both simultaneously a confidence building measure and a threat building measure. And even that tool has to be assessed in that way. I've become increasingly attracted to the idea of reviving the proposals that were made decades ago by France, among others, for the establishment by treaty of some sort of international satellite monitoring agency, an entity that would design, construct, own, operate spacecraft that would monitor weapons-related activities both on Earth and in space, and provide a globally shared awareness of activities in space, not under the control of any of the leading space powers. And the modern model for this, I think, is suggested by the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization, which even in its current provisional status has managed to construct around the world an international monitoring system of 300 stations that monitor a variety of technologies related to the use to the explosive testing of nuclear weapons. Now that's a particular application of particular technologies, so it would not be directly relevant for monitoring space, but it does show how an international agreement can construct a widely acceptable burden-sharing arrangement that provides effective, authoritative, timely monitoring, not under the control of any one country, and with data and analysis that can be available for all. So to me, that's a better way of enhancing the global awareness of activities in space. Thanks.
Thank you so much, David. I don't think we currently have another question from the room, but we do have some questions from people attending virtually. One of these questions is, how do you demonstrate good intent? Behavior and intent is something that has been talked about, not just in this panel, but in other panels before this one. We would love to know your take on this. Perhaps we can start with Dimitri this time.
Thanks. Well, I think there are 2 points on the question that I would like to make. First, you avoid demonstrating malign intent. I mean, you try not to engage in activities that will be considered as hostile. This is the first thing. And well, before actually agreeing on that, we will need to discuss what is actually malign activity or hostile actions. Well, what is the bad intent you will try to avoid to demonstrate? And I'll just reiterate, I entirely agree with the idea that we should talk about verbs, not nouns. This is the perfect framing and phrasing of my thoughts as well. And second, well, I think the best way to demonstrate good intent is just to be as clear as possible about what is the purpose of this or that capability, what are the missions you are undertaking. We definitely like it, and for a good reason. As I've said earlier, well, I think it is a natural desire to conceal your capabilities and to conceal your what your spacecraft can do and is being trained to do. And this is well, this is the sad reality we live in, where international security is not in a perfect shape, and we have great power competition, and this is not the best situation, where not the most healthy situation in terms of enhancing transparency. But as have been already mentioned with other areas like nuclear arms control and so on, the space domain is even more a domain where cooperative security measures can be more useful than actual like self-help, as some people call it. So I think there are ways for any country to demonstrate good intent and to avoid demonstrating bad intent for its own good, because I'm absolutely sure that no one would like to have a hostile environment and space and have their satellites threatened by adversaries or even by third parties. So yeah, I hope it makes sense, and with that I'll stop.
Thank you, Dimitri. I think it does make sense. Let's move on to David this time.
Well, thank you. Here, I guess I'll be the skeptic and doubt the role of intent in these kinds of considerations. To me, intent or purpose is a relevant factor, but it's so subjective. It's like beauty or truth or sense of humor that's very difficult to discern objectively, and is so much internal or in the eye of the beholder that it's not often a reliable measure for legal implications. There are times when law does focus on intent. In criminal law, the reasons why someone does something, the mens rea, the guilty state of mind, does matter in the definition of a crime or in assessing the factors that might mitigate or exacerbate the punishment. But when we translate from individual intentions for human beings in criminal law to state intentions, national actors in space programs, an awful lot of meaning is lost. There's a great deal of abstraction in attempting to assign to countries human behaviors like intentions. A complicated artificial creation like a state or a government just does not have intentions in the same way that human beings can have intentions. We always talk about it that way. We talk about countries behaving as if they were unitary, rational actors. But we all know that's just not true, that there's a great abstraction in assigning human traits and behaviors to creations like states or governments. And so therefore, I would be focused more on the actions, what countries do or refrain from doing, rather than the intentions or the state of mind behind them. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Laura, would you like to go next?
Sure. I think there are a couple ways to look at this. One is intentions in a writ large, generally. You know, a statement from the highest levels of a government of high-level strategy and policy. For example, a nuclear weapon, no first use policy would be a statement that's clear about intentions for a technology. And then you look to see if the structure of the deployed technology sort of follows from that statement. And you can imagine corollaries or analogies to space for something like that. No first use of weapons, no first deployment of weapons, no first, etc. And then you see that the deployed technology follows that. So that's sort of one high level of just helping provide some clarity to the degree that countries trust each other and trust but verify, et cetera. I think that's an important step. In terms of intent, I'm not sure, but I think this question is pointed towards some of these questions about dual use systems and their behaviors and whether you could classify a behavior as malign or benign. And maybe you don't necessarily have to. I think we keep coming back to the proximity operations example. You know, if you were to say, you may not approach my satellite closely without declaring why you're coming so closely first. And there would be an appropriate channel for that. And if there were a sort of a keep out zone type situation, you know, there may be an agreed number of visits per year that other countries could closely approach to make sure that that satellite be within the keep out zone was what the owner declared it was to be. And there are ways to provide clarity about behaviors. So if you do that, then if you closely approach outside of the agreed parameters, outside of the agreed times, then your behavior is suspected of being malign rather than benign. And you just, you know, by being outside the bounds of the agreed rules, you are suspect. If close approach is the behavior of concern, there are ways you can signal that you don't want to be misinterpreted by perhaps making your satellite more easily tracked. You include a reflector that doesn't make the sky light up in any way, but a reflector that allows it to be tracked more closely with more precision. And you're saying, please, I want you to know where I am at all times. I have this ability to maneuver, but I would like to make sure that it's not misinterpreted. So I want to make sure that you know where I am at all times. And for many beneficial uses, that seems to me to be absolutely no problem. You know, it's hard to imagine that you would disagree with that. So there are ways in terms of policy and in terms of technology that you can sort of put your cards on the table saying, the intent of what I have here is benign. That does, of course, I think you're all thinking, well, that sets out militaries who might want to use these technologies in a time of conflict in a different way. You know, that I think gets addressed within the rules, the more sort of strictly focused rules on military uses of space and sort of strategic uses. But again, I keep coming back to this, you can exclude a lot of behaviors as misapprehended, malign intent by transparency and declaratory policy.
Thank you so much, Laura. So for our next question, we just talked about intent and David mentioned actions. And I want to turn to what about lack of action? The next question deals with whether you're aware of any use of commercial service in conflicts on Earth, where the commercial service provider has tried to maintain a position of neutrality, and how. And I would extend this question to just address how the issue of neutrality would work when it comes to dual-use objects. I think David has highlighted before how difficult this can be from the perspective of precautions. So maybe, David, do you want to take this one first?
This is one of the ways in which the genius of capitalism helps solve a problem, because ordinarily a commercial service provider would be impartial and would offer the commercial services to any customer, alternatively to both or all sides in an armed conflict. That's how they try to make a buck, is by selling commercial services, imagery, or communication services, or other products to any and all customers. And indeed, the law of armed conflict requires that if a country and that country's satellites seek to remain neutral in an armed conflict, then it must practice non-discrimination. It cannot be partial to either side in an armed conflict. And that's led to some unusual circumstances where, for example, the United States has sometimes exercised checkbook shutter control by purchasing all the photographs that a particular spacecraft could generate over a conflict zone, even if the United States did not need all the imagery. By buying it all, it precluded the other side from buying up any of the imagery. And from the commercial standpoint, that's a fine outcome. It's more difficult with other kinds of satellite services where there is a much broader array of potential users, and therefore the commercial actor would have to decide either to be available to all sides in an armed conflict or not. And if you choose not, then you are exposing yourself as a partisan in the armed conflict and becoming even more a lawful subject of armed attack.
Thank you for that, David. Laura, a question.
Hi, thank you. I don't have expertise in this. I don't know if commercial satellites were used in those conflicts, and I think David answered the question fairly comprehensively. So I don't think I have anything to add.
That's all right. Dimitri, would you like to have a go?
Yeah, well, I just very short remark on that, because again, David explained it perfectly. I'd say that sometimes the commercial imagery providers have a role in so-called like gray zone conflicts, when some people have access to images to make this or that point about actions in this or that country, while others cannot prove or disprove this because they do not have access to the same imagery, and sometimes, as I have explained earlier, sometimes you simply do not have commercial imagery of sites, of this or that sites, due to national legislation with which this or that commercial provider should comply. And this probably is, well, not as a threatening situation, because I hardly imagine a story where when someone will engage in a military activity against the provider of commercial satellite imagery for when this imagery is being used for this or that like propaganda purposes. But probably some actions that are not military in nature can be taken against these providers. For example, like hostile environment to their activities within that country. Like if they have representative, then they will face some like tax issues. They will need to comply with much more strict procedures if they want to continue their commercial operations in that country. Things like that. To some extent, it's comparable to what is going on with the like huge IT corporations like Google or Apple in these or that countries all over the world. Well, that's the reality we live in. As for actual military conflicts, I believe that, well, most countries that need to use satellite imagery for their operations, they will use national imagery. However, if this or that commercial provider can have some like extra value for money, they will definitely use it. And again, I think that countries are fully capable of having like intermediaries in obtaining this or that data from commercial providers without disclosing that this data will be used for military purposes. Yeah, that's what I have to say about this subject. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. We have another question from the floor here in Geneva. I think it's Pavel again.
Yeah, thank you. My apologies for abusing the physical presence in Geneva, so I can wave. I just want to go back to something that I believe Laura mentioned briefly, and look at a different kind of dual use. Because as I understand, when in this context, and the idea of this panel was the dual use as the kind of the difference between or the potential military use of satellite, civilian satellite systems, and but there is another kind of dual use, which is a potential military use of in space of systems that were designed for other military purposes, like missile defense was mentioned, and I think that is a particular concern, as I understand, for some countries, and this is a potentially contentious issue. So, in a way, again, it is possible, and I think it is feasible to. If someone would decide to deploy a missile defense with space components, those space-based interceptors, they would be perfectly usable as anti-satellite weapons. So I don't know. I just want to pose this question to the panel. Sort of, do you see that as a problem? Do you see that as a problem of the say in the same category, if you will, or it is something that is completely out of the field? Thank you.
Dimitri, do you want to take this one first?
Yeah, sure. Well, as I've mentioned, deployment of any strike capabilities in space would become like a major change in what we're talking about. And it won't matter much what are the intended targets. They can be perfectly used for anything. I would even add that even deployment of so-called self-defense capabilities that actually were designed even like back in the Soviet Union and in the USA during the previous Cold War and previous space arms race, even in that case, these capabilities that were, well, dual use. They can be used to protect your satellite or space station, and they can be used to take out your adversary satellite or space station, or even use it against some targets on Earth, although, of course, it's much harder. If you speak about missile defense assets in space, well, they will become like priority targets for all adversaries that consider themselves as possible targets for these developments. And in the end, it will lead only to even increased development of capabilities to address those. And inherently, it will become like even not a first strike target, but even like a 0.5 strike target. Even before the first strike, you will need to take out these missile defense assets in space, because otherwise they can deprive you of anything that you can think of. So yeah, I think this is one of the worst case scenarios that will lead to even to enormous deterioration of the relations in space. Because even currently, as I've mentioned earlier, I believe, with intelligence and surveillance and reconnaissance satellites in space, they can definitely, well, not definitely, but probably, and definitely in the future can be used for targeting and even for so-called like left of launch missile defense. Well, we all saw these schemes and infographics where, well, there is a space layer for left of launch, and left of launch is basically when you do not let your adversary to actually launch the missiles from the launchers. So this, even without strike platforms in space, when we speak about the space layer for missile defense, it already led to very nervous situation and in pursuit of capabilities against such assets. If we see strike weapons in space, things will spiral out of control quite fast. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dimitri. Laura, do you want to have a go at this one?
Yes. Thanks. Dimitri, I agree with everything Dimitri said, and thank you, Pavel, for pulling that out of my initial remarks. I think strategic missile defenses and bodyguard defensive weapons are going to be a real challenge should countries decide that these are important. I think they will be, the space components of those will be, as Dimitri said, prime targets, and will, as they are being launched, will become a real challenge in the moment. Even my expectations, there'll be a challenge in the moment, even prior to any conflict. I think countries will, frankly, if someone was to build a space-based missile defense interceptor system, I think it would be challenged very quickly. And as Dimitri said, you don't even need the actual strike weapons in space to make countries nervous. Just the targeting apparatus is something that's of real concern, and I think a real place where things may get out of control very quickly. Something I'm very concerned about. So yes, defensive weapons in space, again, because it is very hard to defend satellites. And it's also hard to defend against ballistic missiles. Those defensive systems look fairly weak and can look pretty quickly like something that is meant for offense. So, a space-based interceptor system to be effective against even one or two ballistic missiles would need to be comprised of hundreds of satellites, if not thousands of satellite-borne interceptor weapons. So anything short of that provides, an opportunity for a launching missile to go through, without being intercepted. So, between a few weapons and those hundreds, those interceptors will look like offensive weapons because they couldn't mount a good defense. So my guess is while that draws a lot of concern and attention, I don't think that that's, in the cards from a technical point of view, because they can be challenged so easily. But I think the idea that has been floated of defensive bodyguard weapons, which are kinetic in nature or directed energy in nature, are something that really needs a lot of attention before we go too far down this road without any guidelines of what's appropriate behavior and what isn't.
Thank you, Laura. And last but not least, David.
Thank you. The only point that I would add here is that there's a bit of a shell game going on in the characterization of an activity as an anti-missile system versus an anti-satellite system. And this is a little bit of a glib take on the history, but maybe not too much of an exaggeration, that 30 years ago or so, when the anti-ballistic missile treaty was in force between the United States and the Soviet Union that prohibited deployments and testing of ABM systems. At that time, when the United States or the Soviet Union wanted to develop such a weapon, they would say, oh no, we're not testing an anti-missile system, we're merely testing an anti-satellite system. Anti-ballistic missile systems are illegal, but anti-satellite systems are okay, and there's some crossover in the technology, but that's what we're doing. Now, as the law and the politics have shifted, and the ABM treaty has gone away, and the popular tide has shifted against anti-satellite weapons testing, now, when the countries want to develop this technology, they say, oh no, we're not testing anti-satellite systems, we're merely testing anti-missile systems, and that's legal and politically less problematic, but it's the same technology, or at least there's a substantial amount of overlap between the technologies. During the time when the anti-ballistic missile treaty was in force, there was an effort, ultimately not very successful, at demarcation, at defining some technical characteristics that would separate missile systems that were capable of intercepting intercontinental range missiles versus defensive systems against shorter range systems. And there was some thought that one could preserve the ABM treaty while still allowing development of systems that would be capable of intercepting shorter range systems based on their speed and the angle of arrival. I'm not sure that technically would have proven to be a successful demarcation in the long term, but maybe there's something like that that's capable on a technical basis of differentiating between ABM and ASAT systems, but I'm not very hopeful that that shell game can be defeated.
Thank you so much, David. We don't have a lot of time left. So I would just like to quickly take a step back. We have been talking about very specific topics, and I would like to bring the conversation to a more general one. So we have been talking about the uncertainty surrounding dual-use objects. I would like to ask you how this uncertainty surrounding this object works against the goals of Paris, the prevention of an arms race in outer space, or on the contrary, how can dual-use objects aid in fulfilling the objectives of Paris? And on that note, somebody from the virtual audience asked about the role that commercial actors can play in this conversation, since they are increasingly important. Perhaps we can start with Laura here.
As I understand it, the question is both how does the characterization of things as dual use help or hinder the goals of Paros, and whether commercial satellite sector what's their role? I think that's what you said. I think we did a fairly, we covered a lot of ground in this panel about whether dual use will help stability, will help sort of peaceful uses prevail in space and make space secure and sustainable for users. So I think, again, in my mind, I think the phrase dual use helps us decide how much attention we want to pay to different technologies. Again, with that definition being the split between technologies that are used for civilian and military uses, but also technologies that are used for military defensive and military offensive uses. So I think it's telling us these are places that are complex and are going to need a lot of our attention to build confidence and transparency, but I think also rules on behavior and likely rules on technology. The role of commercial sector, I know them less. Of course, I spend most of my time thinking from the nation state perspective. And of course, I think David will tell us all that all space actions have a state character because of the Outer Space Treaty. They are meant to be under the auspices of the responsibility and the think of what is enduring guidance and control. No, that's the wrong phrase, but he'll tell us what it is. That provides a funny framework here. I don't know if commercial actors will be more interested now that David is, of course, illuminating this question that satellites must have either military or civilian character once hostilities break out, and whether they are concerned about the debris and other security characteristics of an increasingly insecure space environment. We have approaches to mitigate unintentional debris or careless debris, but of course, the destruction of any one large satellite would make space in those orbits that are highly used, would make space very difficult to use and very expensive. So I would hope that they see their interests align with PARO's goals and see that very clearly. But I don't have any specific suggestions about how to bring them into the conversation more fruitfully.
Thank you for that, Laura. David, would you like to go next?
Thank you. I would like to pick up on the point that Laura mentioned there at the end, the relationship between the state and the private actors who undertake activities in space. And as many in this audience undoubtedly know, international law is different with respect to space on state responsibility than it is in any other area. In every other realm, a state and the private persons, the private corporations, are separate legal entities, and the state is not responsible for the bad acts, the incursions of liability that are done by its private actors. If you are harmed by a private person, a foreign private person or foreign corporation, you may have a cause of action against them, but you do not have a cause of action ordinarily against their state. They're just separate actors. In space, however, the Outer Space Treaty creates a separate rule saying that the state is responsible for the actions of its national actors, whether those are private or public, so that if a private corporation associated with state X undertakes space activities and incurs liability, tort or criminal or political liability, that is attributable to the state. The state is responsible and has an obligation to exercise continuing supervision over the activities of the state of the non-state actors. Space law is different in that respect. And for me, what that suggests is that it really is time for the world to get moving on something like measures toward PAROS or further to restrict the dangers of armed competition and the use of military force in outer space. A common line that gets used in the United States by the Space Force and others is that outer space is just a place. It's just a domain like every other domain. And all of those domains have over time known arms races and hostility, and the same will undoubtedly, inevitably happen in space. I'm not sure I buy that. I think space can be different. I think space is different in some respect. But one way in which space is very different is that in the other realms, there have been concerted and successful efforts at arms control. And in space, very little of that has been done. There has not been a conspicuous, sustained effort to try to limit armed forces and armed activities in outer space. Since the time of the Outer Space Treaty, the world has seen progress in arms control in virtually every other sector. Treaties comprehensively limiting biological weapons and chemical weapons, and treaties imposing important restrictions on nuclear weapons. Space is the one realm where diplomacy has been unsuccessful and barely attempted. And I think that's one where the message going forward is that to protect the private sector interests in space and to protect the public order of space, we need more treaty negotiations. We need to do something about this problem at the level of national governments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, David. Dimitri, would you like to take the floor?
Yeah, thanks. Well, again, I'll try to have a few brief remarks. One is that from where they stopped, this idea that space can be different, I agree with that. The only challenge with that is probably that in other domains, we tried to engage in arms control after we realized the level of, well, of threat and the number of the volume of deployed weapons of this or that types. I think this is, well, the huge challenge that we've seen. And then after that, we try to engage in arms controls. In space, luckily, we're still far from the weaponization that existed or exists in other domains. It doesn't mean that we have to wait for the weaponization per se. But I think we need to look for proper arguments why we shouldn't wait for this weaponization and why space is different. One reason in that is that basically, like, well, in space, it is much harder to, well, to silo the challenge. It's much harder in space to actually limit the theater of war, the theater of the volume of war fighting, and so on. This is one of the reasons why probably we should engage in arms control before we first engage in arms race. And after all, we have a huge volume of experience on what can and what cannot be done. So we need to be more active in promoting this point. And I think that, well, that the measures to prevent weaponizations are being promoted even by state actors is good. And now to the original question about the role of commercial actors in preventing the arms race in space. Well, to put it in the most simple terms, I think this role can be twofold. First, of course, commercial actors need to see a safe outer space, and for a good reason, because otherwise, well, they will be deprived of their incomes. Basically, they will have nothing to provide to the customer if there will be a huge threat environment in space. On the other hand, at least some of the commercial actors might even profit from the arms race in space if they will find a way to, well, to attach themselves to this or that state program related to actual military and weaponization efforts. So, well, in the perfect world, probably we will have some code of conduct for commercial actors, effectively preventing them from engaging in activities that promote arms racing. But unfortunately, we are not living in a perfect world, and it's hard to be sure that no commercial actor will engage in such activities. Yes, and well, I'll stop. And once again, thanks for a fascinating discussion.
Thank you, Dimitri. So I don't see any more questions, and I think we have. Okay, I do see one question. We are a bit short in time, but we can certainly accommodate you. I cannot read your name from here, so if you could say it into the microphone when you ask your question.
Aila. Well, satellites activities are by nature global, and we meet international agendas, such as the search for global partnerships, like my company, defining joint missions for peaceful use in humanitarian benefits. Thus, would it not be interesting to create groups of global representations, such as neutral global arbitration tribunals, which would be able to evaluate the definitions and behavior of these activities in legal terms by means of forms formulated in such a way that it would be possible to recognize the real motive of the missions rather than the difficulty task of building physical surveillance for such monitoring attitudes for civil or governmental actors?
Are you directing that question for anyone specific in the panel?
Oh, maybe Dimitri, because I was a little concerned about this kind of physical surveillance monitoring like this. I think this is a very difficult task, I think.
Okay, Dimitri, you have the floor.
Well, thanks. If I understand the question correctly, well, of course, there are difficult tasks for all sorts of for everything you do in space. But although this doesn't mean that there are no technically feasible way to achieve it, and it's great that we are currently in a stage where there is growing interest in how to fulfill this or that missions and actions in space, and how to actually have proper monitoring of activities in space. And while I agree that there are limits to any of these capabilities, and actually limits not only to the capabilities, but back to one of the discussions that we've already had previously, limits to like how to demonstrate intent and behavior. I think that even discussing these capabilities, discussing these limits, is fruitful in its own, because as with the declaratory policies and so on, it doesn't. If we speak about international security, even if we do not have the 100% true picture of the challenge of the tasks that we are trying to solve, 100% true picture of what actually happened, the discussions around this situation help us to navigate through this or that crisis. Of course, I'm not trying to say that there is always a perfect way out of any crisis, and we know for sure that some crises remain unresolved, including due to absence of a perfect picture of the crisis itself. But sorry for like not very concise answer to this question, but I think that we need to have a room and platform for any type of these discussions, even if we don't have one perfect capability, perfect technical capabilities. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for your answer, Dimitri. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, and this marks the end of the first day of OS 21. I'd like to thank all of the panelists here today. Thank you for being here with us and for engaging in such an interesting discussion. Also, thank you to all of the attendees. Thank you for your questions, both those of you virtually and here in person. And also, last thanks go to all of the organisers that have been working here behind the scenes: Letitia, Maria, Ellie, Jamie, Wilfred, and Pavel. Thank you so much for all your help. We will be sending a feedback form to your emails that we kindly ask you to fill out. It takes 2 minutes, but it would be really helpful for us to improve our future events. And also, we would lastly like to thank all of the people that have been helping us in organising this. We've had the financial and organisational support from governments of the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, and the French Republic, as well as the Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique, with the financial support of the European Union, and the Secure World Foundation. I hope to see you all again tomorrow for another day packed with interesting discussions on space security. Thank you very much.